All right, we'll be live here in a second. Let me just make sure that we got everything working. All right, we'll be live here. Cool. So that works great. Good evening, everybody. I gotta stop and get gas. I'm gonna run out of gas if I don't stop. So we're gonna stop up here at the Quick Trip. This Quick Trip sucks. So we're gonna be doing some criticizing of it, I'm sure. It's kind of rare to find a bad Quick Trip, but they do exist. And it's not like this one's a bad one, it's just not a good one. The food's always crusty. It's like the worst thing ever. You get all excited for your freaking grilled cheese sandwich and you walk in there and it's like hard as a rock. You can pound a nail in with it. It just kills your mood. So there's really not much happening. I don't know what exactly I'm doing. Honestly, people, this really isn't. I don't know. Radar shows, and it's not the radar being wrong. We've got a lot of dry air at the surface here. It's like soaking up all that moisture before it makes it to the ground, but it's evaporating. We're not seeing rain. We're not seeing mix. We're not seeing any precipitation here at all. And I'm coming up by the Wisconsin Dells here. We're going to pull into this Quick Trip. So I don't know. I was originally planning on going toward Iowa because like Fort Dodge and points north and northwest of Fort Dodge, Webster City, basically right where we were the other day.
Head northwest. In 1,000 feet, use the right lane with the US 12 West ramp to Lake Delton.
Paul, it's not the top of the hour. You got to wait your turn. For those of you that don't know, we're going to give Paul a direct hotline so he can talk for 5 minutes uninterrupted at the top of every hour. It's a joke. I mean, it's not a joke. I mean, we could probably do that.
Continue on US 12 West for
it's all right. It's just our weather balloon dealer bullying me and making fun of me for not knowing what I'm doing. So probably should cancel him. I'm just kidding. Please don't. He means well. I feel like him and I have the same personality. You probably don't want us on at the top of the hour.
At the next light, you'll take a sharp left.
But anyway, I don't know what I was saying. Oh yeah, I was gonna go out there for. There's gonna be a lot of. Oh, shut up, Google! Christ. I'm blowing this yellow light. Sue me. There's going to be a lot of strong wind gusts out there, like 40 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So we could get a ground blizzard, which is basically a blizzard, but it's just the wind blow or the snow blowing around on the ground. But that's probably not going to start up until like 10 p.m. and it's going to go till like 5 a.m. And I'll be honest with you, folks, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for me to go out there for wind and maybe some blowing snow when it's all going to occur in the middle of the night like that, because I just don't think that's going to make a lot of sense. So I didn't. We're out here, and we probably should have launched a balloon and done a sounding earlier, honestly, because if we would have done that, we might have known that a lot of this precip wasn't going to make it to the ground because there's a ton of dry air. But we're not seeing this wintry mix happen at all. I'll show you on Radar Omega here. Whoa. So on Radar Omega, if you put it into the winter precip mode, it's the algorithm's been redone.
Head southeast toward Meadowview Drive.
Jesus. The algorithm's been redone for the winter precip thing. Don's done a lot with it, so it detects the difference between rain, mix, and snow much better now. But you'll notice that there's a lot of mix here, the pink. It's not making it to the ground. It's there, but it's not making it to the ground. And some of the snow isn't. Up here it is, closer to Minneapolis and Eau Claire. So I think we're going to head toward Eau Claire. I was going to head toward Wausau, but I think we're going to go toward Eau Claire. I have to go to the toilet, so you're going to have to wait a minute, folks. I have to leave you be for a second because I gotta go and use the toilet. So I'll put you on break.
Head north toward Meadowview Drive.
Shut up, Google. What the hell's happening right now? Hold on a second. What the hell is she looking at me for? Don't have any. Cigarette. I don't have a cigarette. Alright, well, the brake screen is broken, so just sit here in silence. I don't know what to tell you guys. Just sit here and talk to each other for a minute. Socialize. Or something. I just had to rock, paper, scissors somebody for my grilled cheese. So that cop that was in there was sitting there staring at the grilled cheese when I was staring at the grilled cheese, and he looked at me, he's like, "Are you going for the grilled cheese?" And I was like, "I was gonna." And there was like a Quick Trip dude standing there, and I was like, "Hey, you got any more grilled cheeses in the back?" And he's like, "No, you'll have to rock, paper, scissors for it." So I did. I rock, paper, scissors him, and I won. So I got the grilled cheese. So he got stuck with the cheese spread sticks. So I'll take that as a win. Kind of sucks. You have to freaking fight somebody for a freaking grilled cheese sandwich. God damn. This place sucks. Like, there's just never, like, the food's always crusty. Like, there's something wrong with this one. They need to really audit the quality on this one. Oh, Christ, don't run them over. No exit. Well, I think I'm gonna be exiting. I don't know where the hell the exit is. What the? Alright guys, moving on. We are heading, we're gonna go up toward Eau Claire now, I guess. This grilled cheese kind of sucks too. God, everything today sucks. How the hell do you get out of here? Well, I don't know what to expect. This is probably, I mean, I'm not going to be out all night, but... Well, that was dumb. I totally could have exited over there. What the hell? Oh, shit, I know where I am. This is the freaking pizza ranch we were at, like, 2 months ago. With all the screaming kids. God dang, you ever want to have your eardrums bleed, go to a frickin' pizza ranch in a tourist trap like this. Oh my god, parents don't control their kids these days. They're just like all screaming and running around.
At the light, turn left onto I-90 alternate, I-94 alternate.
Yeah, this is the Dells, which is it. You know, I know that I get comments where people are like, "Oh, you're negative." No, I'm just being realistic. And this might upset some folks, but the Wisconsin Dells sucks. And to prove that I'm not just a negative person, I'll tell you, it used to be a nice place, but it sucks now. It got bought up by a bunch of foreign businesses and stuff, and like the water parks are all owned by foreign people now. Like, it's not, you know, like nobody has any connections here is what I'm saying. And I have to add that disclaimer because somebody's gonna be like, "Oh, that's racist." No, it's not. It's just a simple fact. Like, it's all foreign people that have zero connections to this place that only bought this stuff up for a cash grab. Like, this used to be like kind of a family vacation destination, but now it's just a tourist trap, and it's really sad because like a lot of these smaller hotels and stuff used to be family owned by locals, and you know, they all had their, you know, they were all like themed and shit, you know, like it was just a more quality experience. Now it's just the water parks own everything, and it's kind of crap. It really sucks, you know, and a lot of stuff's run down and beat down and stuff. It's just too bad that that's kind of what happened, but it does really kind of suck. Over the past 15 years, it's taken a crap. Like, you go drive down the main road and like everything's out of business now. It's just too bad. Because it used to be a really nice place. But I think I'll give this. I think the super chat super chat goal goes for 3 hours, so I'll go for at least 3 hours. My plan is to head up to Eau Claire and then see what happens and then turn around. I don't know. I really probably should have went to Iowa, but realistically speaking, how many people are actually going to be awake to watch at 2 o'clock in the morning to watch snow blow across the road? Probably not that many people. So I figured it was probably in our best interest to do this. Because there's a lot of talk about lake effect snow coming up at the end of the week, but the weather service out there is calling for like 9 inches. And that's nothing out there. Like Buffalo, they get 9 inches on a regular day, so that doesn't, I don't even think that's worth going. We got a lot of big announcements coming this week. On Friday, we're announcing our 2026 mission. Which, I mean, I think you guys all know what it is, but we're officially launching it with details. And on top of that, we've got more news. That's not really an announcement, but we have news that'll come after Friday. Very helpful news. We're very fortunate to have I'll foreshadow a little bit. We're really fortunate to have a partner company like Radar Omega and Cyclone Port that supports what we're doing, because they just help us take a really large step in the right direction for expanding our weather balloon and ground-based data network. But we'll get more details on that here after Friday. I want to get this thing launched first. Speaking of sponsors, folks, you guys can obviously download and use the Radar Omega app to watch these streams. Links to all of our sponsors and such are on our website, wxeye.org. Also, if you're in the market for a weather station or rain gauge or real lightning detector, like personal portable lightning detectors and stuff, like maybe for like a construction site or recreation or anything, Scientific Sales is now owned by our partner, and they help supply us with weather balloons, parachutes, etc. They sell Davis. I think they've got some. They sell Kestrel. They've got lots and lots of different brands as well. So, like, if you're looking for a weather station and you want to buy from a company that's actually going to take care of you if something goes wrong, and they will get your order shipped within a day or two. They do really fast shipping. And you want to support a smaller business, scientificsales.com is offering our audience an 8% discount across the board if you use Weather Eye in all capital letters at checkout for the promotional code. And I'm not paid to say that. That's just something that myself and Paul and Paul's group decided would be a really good way to get back to the audience, because they support us and they want to support what we're doing, and they also want to support our audience. And we figured a little bit of a discount on weather related and items and such like that across the board on their website is a good way to do it. So if you support us, you can support our friends. And Radar Omega is also running a sale, so the app is $4.99 right now through Christmas. Oh, hey, and Paul just texted me, conveniently. It's like having an information stream coming in, and I don't mean that sarcastically, like it actually is helpful. I'll be driving through some random town, and he'll be like, oh, 12 years ago this happened at this gas station. It's like, okay. But Paul says they are running 20% off for the holidays. So there you go. That's 20% more than Amazon probably. And seriously, like, I'm not trying to diss Amazon. I use Amazon for a lot. But like, I also know what a pain in the ass Amazon can be. That's, yeah, okay. So 20% off for the Davis weather stations, he says. So there you go. Go buy a Davis weather station. Which is one of the better ones. I don't know a whole lot about consumer and like prosumer weather stations, but Davis and Tempest are up there at the top. I would prefer if I were you guys, I would buy a Davis. A little bit, I don't want to say better track record. It's not like Tempest does anything wrong with them. But Davis is a little bit more seasoned, I guess. I don't know. That's what I would buy. Yeah, Radar Omega is $4.99 for the holidays, people. So we got that going too. We are actually using the same sensor on our portable Mesonet probes that the Davis uses. So that's saying something. Which link, Beth? Like if you're looking for Radar Omega, you just type it into the App Store. That's your best option. But if you go to the website that's in, not the GoFundMe, but the other one, there should be links to everything on that. Unless you're talking about a different one. I'm getting really excited for 2026, but I'm also getting nervous because I got the invoice for our Sans, and you could buy a couple of cars for the amount of money that we owe these people. And I don't know how the hell I'm going to pay them. But they know that. I flat out told them, I was like, I don't know how the hell I'm going to pay this. Like, well, we'll figure it out. I'm like, all right. That's where the GoFundMe comes in, folks. If you would like to help us buy our equipment for this year, because it's freaking expensive, the GoFundMe link is in the description as well. I really appreciate you folks that have been donating to the GoFundMe. I'm confident that we'll reach that goal. But the thing is, folks, a lot of people have asked, well, what do you know, how are you, like, what's your payoff of this, you know? Well, here's the plan. When we're actually out there every single day doing weather balloon launches and deployments and stuff, the content that we're going to get from that should basically, that's kind of our return on investment, sort of. Not all of it, because we do rely on our sponsors a lot. We really do. I'll be very open about that, and our channel sponsors and our donors and such. And I have no idea why that is in the middle of the screen right now. I will fix that. That is irritating. I'll fix it. Just pretend it's not there for a minute. That's really interesting that decided to do that right now. It's not supposed to do that. I'll fix it. Give me a minute. It'll go away in a few seconds. But we will be able to make a lot of, basically we'll be able to get a lot of the money back or generate revenue so that as we do this more and more in the future, it's not such a strain. Because the truth is, when we're out there doing videos and live streams about this, that's going to generate ad revenue, which is all that stuff. So it's going to give us additional income. So that's going to help offset the costs. That's how kind of a lot of this works. that's how we're able to do something that would require a business or an institution a lot of paperwork to get done, because we can write it off and say, hey, we're YouTubers. It's content creation, basically. Because the truth is, the Weather Service does a lot of weather balloon launches. NOAA does in general. But I can probably guarantee you that they don't do as many as they would like. If you look at the Upper Air Sounding Network map, there's big holes in it. Big holes. And that's not the Weather Service's fault. They are under the Department of Commerce. They have a budget. I definitely don't want anybody to think we're trying to compete with the National Weather Service, because there were a couple of rumors of that we were trying to privatize. We're not. You guys see the data live on our website. We're working on getting it integrated into Radar Omega. We're working on integrating it with our partners so that you can see it and you can use the data. This isn't secret data. We're not putting it behind a paywall and saying, hey, you have to spend $1,000 to get this sounding. No, we're not doing that. So we're trying to supplement that. So like, let's say, for example, out in the plains, Texas Panhandle, Southwest Kansas, that kind of area, there's a balloon launch in Amarillo and there's one in Dodge City. Well, those balloons are sampling the environment that they're going through. What about in the middle? What about between the two, where we're expecting a supercell to form? HRRR is printing out a supercell there. We want to sample that environment 2 hours prior to storm development. See if there's a cap, see what the wind shear is like. We can do that. National Weather Service isn't packing up their weather balloon building and taking it out. They're not doing that, because that's not what they do. And they don't have to do it. We are volunteering to go do that and use that to better our forecasts internally, but also your forecast, because you folks can access the data and we'll be interpreting it with you. Also, we are working on a pipeline to get this in the proper format to give to the National Weather Service. So I have been I'm very good friends with our local WCM at our local office, and he's put me in touch with somebody that's apparently pretty important with the Upper Air program at NOAA. And there is a specific format that these soundings should be in to be ingested. And there is actually a network where you can upload, if you're a college or university or whatever, if you do a weather balloon sounding, where you can upload your data, and then it's like an archive. So if they want to go back and research a certain storm event, that data's there. Well, we're in talks where it's like, well, we have it live. Screw the archive, we want to get it live. So we stream it live to the Weather Service can click on our website and look at the data live. But we're working on making it into an ingestible format so that if they choose, they can get that live data basically as a telemetry stream into whatever system they want to use, which is typically BuffKit. And right now we export into the BuffKit format. You can go on our sounding viewer, click on the menu in the top left, and click on export to BuffKit. However, the sounding has to be complete for it to export to BuffKit. Otherwise, it's corrupted data. I'm working on making it so you can go up there and click on it and actually get a dynamic link that will actually import the data live. So, working on ways to make this work with like the Weather Service, for example, not because we necessarily owe them anything or because we're a vendor. Remember, we're not paid by the Weather Service to do this. We are our own thing. And I have to make that very clear, because I don't want people to think that like what we do represents the Weather Service. If I come out here and I say F you to somebody, I don't want you to think that that's the Weather Service saying that. That's me saying that. But we want to be able to make sure this data is accessible by the people that are issuing the warnings. I don't necessarily care about Tom, Dick, and Harry running a YouTube broadcast. I really don't care about them being able to access the data unless they're friends of ours. Because in my opinion, if they want access to it, they're monetized, they've got ad revenue, they can pony up and make a donation to the project, is what I'm saying. However, public safety, like the National Weather Service, for example, should be getting that information by default, and we're trying to make it easily ingestible for them as well. So I've received a lot of really good feedback from the pros, so to speak, about this. And I've been working with a gentleman from one of the universities, and I'll announce that. Paul, I'll send you a text. I probably should fill you in on this. You might know him. But one of the universities that does a lot of weather balloon launches. And they told me, and I will give names this a little bit later, but I don't know how much we want to talk yet. But they told me that their budget last year was 15 balloons. That was it. They're like, we probably could have done 50, but all we can get paid for is 15. So we're looking to collaborate this year. We're going to share some data. I have all the data. I have probes, I have chasers for video confirmation, because video confirmation is important. We want to see, here's the sounding, well, here's the storm, here's what it actually looked like. We got chasers, we got all that. What I don't have is radar. Well, we do. We have Radar Omega. We have that radar, but we don't have radar. We don't have a radar truck right where we would specifically need it, because I don't own one. Turns out, if you scratch somebody's back, they'll scratch yours, and if you offer to give them your weather balloon data, they offer to give you their radar truck data. So we are completing the triangle here, or the square. I guess it's 4 points. So we will have access to radar truck data in turn for giving away our weather balloon data, and we will be coordinating with these universities so that we aren't stepping on each other's butts. For example, university rolls, a bunch of college kids roll up and they're about to do a weather balloon launch. I'm not going to go do a weather balloon launch 2 miles away from them. That's pointless. That's wasted data. I'm going to go an hour south. I'm going to go 40 miles south, and then we can compare the data. That's how we make the best use out of everybody's resources. Like, this project itself is not open source. I am not telling you guys all how to do this. I'm not giving you industry secrets, so to speak, because I don't want, for example, the y'all squad coming in here, which they will eventually, trying to put me out of business with a bigger paycheck. You know, they got more money than I do, and these other. But what I am doing with open source is the data, and working on, like, if a business wants to be a partner, fantastic, let's be partners. But I'm not necessarily out here to just go belly up and give away everything that I've done. I've done that too many times out here. I just had to tell another YouTuber this the other day, and I'm not gonna start anything, but it's just like, I just had to go through this with another YouTuber the other day, where I'm sick and tired of giving away all of my shit for free and nobody even be willing to as much as promote our business just a little bit. So I'm cracking down on this crap. You know, healthy partnerships are great, and we've got a lot of them coming, and I'm thankful for that. The toxic one-sided partnerships are done. I'm done with them. The hell with it. Because what's happening is people are seeing the value in us. Oh, these guys are spending $150,000 in 2026 to do this project. I'm just gonna act like I have rights to this and blah blah blah. No, that's not how that works. Like, if you would like to make a donation or be involved in another way by participating, that's a different story. And what's really cool is, like, these university students, like the professor from this university in charge had the students write me a proposal and emailed me this proposal about how to be involved. I didn't contact them. They contacted me, and I'm just like, okay, this is cool. And of course I responded with, well, of course, fantastic, let's do this. So what's neat is we now have a small army of people that want to be involved with what we do. Indirectly, they're doing their own thing, but they want to coordinate with us. They want to talk about things that work, things that don't, because they've been doing this longer than I have. They've given me some advice of things absolutely not to do. For example, I'll talk about this in a second, but we bounced some ideas back and forth over the weekend internally with our staff and with the college kids about how we're actually going to measure how much helium is in these balloons in the field. And I'll talk about that in a second and why that's important and why that's been a cluster. But we're also, you know, it's really cool because we could say, hey, sure, we'll give you students, because they're not making any money off this. They're students. They're researching, right? And yeah, we'll give you the data, but can we get some radar data? Absolutely. We'll get you set up. You can have access to all of our radar data. Fantastic. So this is really cool. So what I'm probably going to do is we're going to be collaborating with this university and maybe allowing them to publish some papers and stuff on our behalf, and then maybe we can kind of share some of this research with the audience and maybe get some of these college kids involved too, to help kind of like translate it to English, so we can, at the end of the year, at the end of the mission, we can talk about it a little bit. But what I'm talking about with the balloon weight, we are going, guys, you guys saw me struggle to fill that freaking balloon the other day in the wind. There is no good way for me to do that outside. There just isn't. And I was talking to these guys and they're like, we don't have any success with it. That's why we're renting vans and filling the balloon inside the van and then taking it outside. Well, I was like, hey, we had this idea of measuring the flow rate. So I know that I need pretty much precisely 30 cubic feet of helium in my 200-gram balloon to get roughly a 5 meters per second vertical speed and go to about 70,000 feet. I know that for a fact. I was like, so what if there was a way that we could measure the flow rate coming out? Because measuring it with the weight or even the automatic filler, it doesn't work in the wind. It doesn't work in the wind, because you're putting so many forces on the balloon, like horizontal forces, that it's inaccurate, and it results in a premature cutoff for filling the balloon. It's not working. It's just not working. If there's no wind, you can definitely measure it. It's no problem. But anything over a 10-mile-an-hour wind, it's very problematic. And they said the same thing. And I was like, well, what if we calculated how much flow goes through the regulator and the hose into the balloon, and we time it? And then that gets us close enough. It's never going to be perfect in the field, but it gets us close enough. They're like, well, that's pretty good. I'm like, well, we had the other idea of what if we had some sort of an inline flow meter. They don't exist. Not on this scale. I'm like, because like on the ambulance, we had oxygen flow meters. You could set it to 15 liters per minute. Is there any way that we could set it to 30 cubic feet per minute kind of thing? Could we run a regulator like that? And they're like, well, they've got some engineering students that they ran it by, and I just got feedback today, and I forgot to tell our staff. They're going to try to make, with a small Raspberry Pi, a digital flow meter that we can put in line to measure the gas flow through the hose at the nozzle, so it's as accurate as possible. So there's going to be some issues with this. It's not precise. The precise way to do it is with weight, but when we're out there in 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts, I can't do the weight. I just can't. There's no way for me to do it. I've tried 1,000 ways. And other people are confirming that it's a nightmare. So we're going to do flow-based measurements in the wind. And that was really cool because that's above me. I don't know how to build a PCB with a freaking Pi attached to it and then 3D print a case that's a flow meter and all this. I don't know how to do that shit. Engineering kids, go for it. So they're going to make us and them some flow meters that are appropriate for this gas and this flow rate. So that's pretty cool. For those of you wondering, it's 85 seconds. We run an 80 PSI regulator, and we run 5 feet of 3/8 inch inner diameter tubing, aka air hose. It's the same hose on your air compressor, by the way. But that's what we're running, and it's about 85 seconds to get about 30 cubic feet of helium through that apparatus. But having a flow meter is just going to make it better, because we may want to do more gas or less gas based on where we are, elevation, altitude, things like that, and also overfilling it. For example, right now, if I launched a balloon now with this freezing precipitation, we're going to want to overfill it. We might want to put an extra 5 cubic feet in there, because that's going to be more weight on it as it ascends. So there's a lot of science involved in this, and it's very understandable when you break it down. but making these connections, like this college group that's like, hey, that's a great idea. We're gonna make flow meter. We're gonna do this, and we're gonna send you some. Like, fantastic. So that's pretty cool. Like, it's not like what you know, it's who you know, and that kind of applies here. So anyway, that's kind of our update. I know it's kind of long and drawn out. That's not our big update on Friday though. Dean, the problem is the flow meters that we're finding are too expensive and they're not precise enough. Like, they're rounding. Like, they're just not. It's just not, like, the ones that were for, like, you know, the amount of gas we're putting in, the resolution on them, like, there's no decimal point, and like the tolerance is within like X amount of liters, and the X amount of liters translated out to being like 5 to 7 cubic feet. So, like, yeah, you can go buy them and shit, but man, they're freaking expensive to get the small accurate ones, because I want one that's in line on the hose. And it's, from the sounds of it, from the sensors and crap, you can actually build one of these for like $40 worth of components. It's just a matter of 3D printing it and getting it set up right. Because, like, I was looking at like $700-800, and I'm just like, screw that. Beth, I'm about to buy a 3D printer. I don't have the money for them, but one of these days I'm going to buy one, because there's so many things that I could probably be doing with one. That's one of those things that's in like the 2027 budget probably. Measuring the difference in PSI from the tank. Thomas, I thought about it, but I don't know where I'm going to get an accurate enough pressure gauge, because it's just standard, 2,500 whatever PSI tank pressure. We know that we get, it's a 219 cubic foot cylinder. So we know that at full, it's roughly 220 cubic feet. So we get about 7 fills. So what I thought about doing, well, we could just divvy up the pressure into 7 sections, but I don't know if the pressure is technically a logarithmic scale in this sense. We thought about that, but I'm just like, I'm just going to screw shit up. Plus, I do leak and I waste a lot of gas. So, like, for example, the other day, I dropped the the filler in the snow. So it had a bunch of snow in it. So I had to run it wide open and blow the snow out of it. So I waste a lot of gas. I think I only got 1 fill left in my tank. But good news, folks, we're going to be able to order hydrogen and save a lot of money. We're going to be able to save $20 per launch by using hydrogen. But not in the truck. So that's your foreshadowing hint on one of our announcements that's coming. I mean, stationary launches will run hydrogen, but... Oh, gee, how are you doing a stationary launch? Oh, gee, I don't know. I guess you'll have to wait till after Friday. Oh. But mobile launches, we're still using helium, because I'm just afraid it is relatively safe. My concern is, what if there is a car accident and the cylinder is compromised and there's an ignition source? Well, now we have a fireball. So you guys can go follow Dean, by the way. I see Dean's trolling the chat again. You can go follow him. He's at Keystone Prime pretty much everywhere. Or Keystone Prime US, whatever. I don't know, I'm fans of Dean. I'm trying to like advertise other people that come into the chat that I know have like YouTube channels and are not assholes. Because like the ratio of like bad guys to good guys out here is like really off right now. And I don't mean like bad people, just like bad ethics, like clickbait and stuff. It's like if we recognize it, because I'll tell you what, I would rather like, I don't want to say competition, because these people, like, YouTubers aren't competition. There's enough views for everybody. But for lack of a better word, competition, so to speak. I would rather those types of people be like ethical and not clickbait hungry. and just like doing things like the right way without being stupid. It just makes the industry better overall. Scott's in here. Sarah. I missed a bunch of people's super chats. I'm sorry. But see, the thing with using helium, folks, is it's inert. It's not gonna kill me if it blows. The only danger with it is the fact that it's a compressed cylinder, and if the fitting or the valve gets broken off, it's a projectile. I mean, but other than that, it's no different than oxygen, really. No, I can't go to a balloon store. I get asked that all the time. I mean, I could go to a party store and buy helium, but the problem is most of that helium is mixed with oxygen or nitrogen, because people will inhale the helium and then asphyxiate. So they've mixed it with like oxygen and nitrogen and stuff, so it's not pure. So I would end up it would take a lot more in the balloon. And the other problem is with that, it takes a lot of gas to fill one of these. It would take, what is it, I think 12, like those little party store, like the little things that look like propane tanks. It would take 12 of those to fill one balloon. It's just not practical. You know, because we're using, you know, the like 5 foot tall welding size cylinders, like oxygen cylinders. And I get, you know, the math says I get 7 fills, but what I'm finding is because our Sonde is very light, it's only 100 grams, which is interesting because Intermet says it's 120 grams, but it's not. I weighed it, it's 100 grams. So I'm not sure what the discrepancy is. But our total payload is so light, we really probably only need about 25 cubic feet in there. And I think it checks out because when I'm putting 30 cubic feet in, our ascent rate is over 5 meters per second. Our target is 5 meters per second, which is like, what, 12 miles an hour? So we probably can back off on that a little bit and maybe get 8 fills out of the cylinder. But the nice thing is with helium, I can walk into an air gas and exchange the cylinder. With hydrogen, I can't. They don't do that at the store, apparently. It has to be delivered, probably because it's hydrogen is legit hazmat. I mean, that's a legitimate, like, you need a safety data sheet. Like, this is potentially a hazard, but helium, I mean, is, but it's just the compressed gas, so. Yeah, and if it is 50-50 mix of helium, which it probably is for the party store balloons, I mean, my God, you'd probably need 20 of those tanks. But I don't know. Folks, we're doing this project just because I want to screw around. Like, that's all that it comes down to. I don't want to go work at Walmart. The only way that I can not work at Walmart is by doing something that's like obnoxiously interesting enough that it gets attention, that people want to watch and learn about it, but also like makes sense to do, that it's not stupid. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not gonna like go ride a bicycle into a tornado, but we can do weather balloons and like probes and shit. Because that's why I like doing it ourselves and not partnering with like these big YouTubers and shit, is because it keeps it really genuine. We're like, realistically, somebody that absolutely hates me cannot be bothered by this project, right? Like, this is not a personal thing. This is just, we're out here doing this. When you start getting involved with these big broadcasts and big operations, like, people start getting feelings and they start getting like shitty. And like, we don't want that. Like, I'm not doing this to like screw anybody. Like, we're doing this because we just honestly want to screw around and do something fun. So we're going to have 3 launch vehicles, folks. So we now have 3. We've decided that we're going to use the Buick Encore as a supplementary launch vehicle. We can fill 100-gram balloons with a tiny helium tank and get at least 3 fills out of them with a smaller helium tank that will fit in the Buick Encore, which is Aiden's car. And we are going to use those smaller balloons to launch in front of storms that are already in progress. So we will have 2.5. I guess that's the third. So like we were trying to figure out, like I've been trying to figure out for months, like what the hell are we going to do with Aiden's car? Like what is the, like what do we use this thing for? It's like a bubble on wheels. It's a go-kart, but he's the one that's laughing, not us, because he's getting like 40 miles a gallon. Like it cost him like $25 to drive across the country. So, but we've decided, well, we could put a small, tiny tank in that thing. We could even use a little portable one, just a single filler, you know, like the little 80 cubic footers, which is probably what I'm gonna get. So we could do 3 smaller balloon launches, probably those little tiny ones, and let it rip. So, because I've been talking to our sonde manufacturer, and they're really, really supportive of what we're doing. Obviously, they're not able to donate us stuff because they can't operate at a loss, but they're giving us a pretty reasonable discount, and they're very supportive with troubleshooting. They've really actually helped us fine-tune what we're doing with the ground receivers. I was having a little bit of a problem with one, and I was asking some questions. They actually steered me in the direction and we got it fixed, but really nice people to work with. They have a smaller sonde that does just pressure and wind speed, which would be ideal for supercells and stuff where we don't need a temperature profile. But the problem is that all gets imported from South Africa, apparently. And there's like a 35% tariff right now. I don't know if that's Trump's doing, or Elon's doing, or whose doing it was, but whoever that is, I really need you to drop the tariff on that, please. And this isn't a political statement. I don't care who you voted for. Whoever that was, I need you to drop the tariff on South Africa, please. But because of that tariff, it is not cheaper for me to buy that sonde. So we, as of now, we are going to fly the full-blown sonde with temperature, dew point, humidity, wind speed, pressure. The whole thing. But we save money going into the supercell or around the supercell because we don't need to go to 70,000 feet. We need to go to 70,000 feet when we're forecasting at the beginning of the day. We only need to go to like 35, 40,000 feet when we're in front of a storm and we're just trying to figure out the profile of the inflow here or whatever. We can use a 100-gram balloon, cut our helium in half, use a smaller balloon, actually probably down to a third, honestly, because, yeah, probably. I mean, I don't, but anyway, basically it's way cheaper to launch that smaller balloon, even though it has the same expensive sonde on it. So that's where we cut our costs. If the tariff goes down or it gets lifted or whatever, well, then we'll have a cheaper alternative, but I don't know. I wish that tariff wasn't on there. I wish, like, I get the point of that. I just want to make it clear, folks. Like, I totally understand with tariffs and stuff. I really do. Like, there is a need for that. But holy shit, 35% tax to import a meteorological instrument from South Africa? Are you kidding me? Come on. Because this company is like, they have a partner company in South Africa and they manufacture those. I'm just like, you gotta be, like, what a pisser. What a pisser. Like, everybody's like, well, you got to buy made in America. Well, I would love to buy made in America, but it's not made in America. They don't have it in America. So I have to buy it from somewhere else. Christ. God bless America. I swear to God, like, I think that I think certain things should be exempt from tariffs. Here's my proposition. If it does not exist in the United States, it should have a reduced tariff. Or if it is being used in commerce for a United States business, and the United States business can't manufacture it themselves, I feel like you should be able to get like a passport, like like a tariff pass, you know? Like a discount. Like you go to the grocery store and you get your points for buying groceries. Well, here's your tariff card. Like, you get a reduced tariff. I don't know. Like, I would love to buy American made. I am buying American made for 90% of the shit that we're doing. Some, like, even the weather balloons, those don't exist in America. They have to come from somewhere else. They have to. But they don't come from China. They come from Japan. So, like, don't you people come in here and be like, oh, it's China junk. It's not. Because I got that before. They were like, well, maybe you shouldn't get your shit from China. Well, it's not coming from China, smartass. But if I could get this stuff in the United States for cheaper, I would. Our Sans come from the U.S. They're made in Grand Rapids, Michigan. You know? Hell, the ones that I'm ordering, they don't even exist yet. They have to be manufactured by a couple of guys in a warehouse that are putting a little bit of love in every Sans that they build. I mean, maybe not figuratively, I'm sure they are, but, you know, if I have a problem with one, if one of them shits the bed and doesn't work, I send them an email and I say, hey, this shit the bed. And they say, okay, cool, we'll replace it. You know, I told these guys that I need 150 Sans. And they're like, all right, that'll be basically the price of a car. And I said, well, I don't have any money. What do you think I should do? And they're like, well, we can spread this out over 12 months. And I'm like, I would be forever grateful. And, you know, thankfully we have some good partners, sponsors, and a very generous audience. But that's that kind of relationship I really appreciate. But okay, the chat bot just deleted something. Okay, dude, I don't know if this was like rage bait. I'm going to assume it was. I didn't see the username, but somebody just wrote me a book, 2 messages. They got caught pulling the race card again. Folks, I got yelled at this before. Not entertaining it any further. The reason I dog on the Chinese balloons is, number 1, the spy balloon. It's funny. Number 2, they're shit, okay? They're shit. The balloons are shit. You know, I was told by our weather balloon expert that they were shit. And sure as hell, I start talking to other people in the industry, and they're like, they're shit. Don't buy them. The Woyes or whatever. It's like HWOYE, the Wowyes or whatever. They're shit. The balloon is shit. Like, I don't know what it's like. They're just shit. So like, high altitude science. I talked to them about buying some regulators from them, and they were like, "Oh, do you need some balloons?" I'm like, "No, I got balloons already." They're like, "Where did you get them from?" And I told them Kmart. They're like, "Well, that's probably a better option anyway because we sell the Chinese ones." And I'm like, "What do you think of them?" And the guy, I probably shouldn't say this. I'm not trying to oust the guy, but he flat out told me. He said, "Well, honestly, they're shit." He goes, "You know how many of these people that they get sold to bitch about them, basically either being like old stock, where apparently they're somehow importing them and they're like old, so they're kind of brittle, or just simple failures." And he told me some stories where a couple of batches of them were blowing up. Like, they had some like 650 gram balloons or whatever. For some reason it was only 650s, but they were selling them, and the people were saying that they were blowing up. They would get full, like to the point where they were almost full, and then they would explode and deafen the people that were filling them. Like, that's a lot. That's like, that'll make you go deaf for a minute. Like, that's loud. That's why I wear earplugs when I'm filling, in case one does blow up. But, and if you like do some Googling on like the hobbyist frequency or the hobbyist forums, people are bitching about them. So that's why I don't buy the Chinese balloons, because they suck. I mean, I have a choice. I can go buy whatever balloon I want. I don't want to buy the Chinese balloons. So we're not going to pull the race card anymore. I have now educated your ignorance, and I hope you can get past that, because it's really discomforting that you're going to continue to come on these live streams and try to spread your racism by thinking that everything that we say that has the word China in it is racist against China. Their balloons are shit. I'm sorry. Crimea River. We use Japanese balloons. They're China's neighbor, and they're better. So, and they actually are better, so, from what I've heard. But Weather Service uses them. So they actually are quality balloons. I'm not a balloon expert, and I don't claim to be, but I will tell you that because I have manhandled the Chinese balloons. So I don't want to say the name of the company. I mentioned it a minute ago, but I bought some regulators from them. And I don't know if it was a sales pitch, but they sent me a 200-gram balloon, because that's what we're using. They didn't charge me, they just had it randomly in the box. It was one of the Chinese balloons that they said were junk, but they sell anyway. And it smells weird. I've still got it. I should do a comparison. It smells weird. Like, it doesn't smell like latex. It smells like, I don't know. Honest to God, it smells like brake cleaner. It smells like chemical or something, like freaking formaldehyde or something. I don't know. It's weird, but like if you open the weather balloon, like it's latex. It smells like a hospital. And like it feels like latex. But the China one felt like plastic. So I don't know. I'm going to launch it one of these days, just for the hell of it. But I don't know why they sent me one. I don't know if it was like, hey, here's a free balloon. I don't know. I guess that was nice of them. But I opened it, and I'm like, this does look like crap. So I don't know. Whatever. So if you want to sit and argue with me over balloons, I guess we can argue over balloons. But oh, shit, Paul, I did see that one. I don't always see these messages, because sometimes I don't come across the CarPlay. So the official reason for that is they're made out of some other synthetic thing or whatever, so it's not the same as like natural latex, which is bad because it's bad for the environment. Because folks, we want these to biodegrade. We really don't want to pollute. Unfortunately, we have to pollute. I'm not going to sugarcoat this crap for you people. You know I'm a straight shooter with this stuff. I absolutely am polluting the environment by dumping my electronics e-waste in random places. The sand, right? But a lot of parts of the sand will decompose. We are trying to be as environmentally responsible as we can. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you guys. But the amount of pollution that occurs from these launches is so small that it does not outweigh the data that we're getting. The balloon, that will decompose. It's a natural occurring product. It's natural latex that will decompose. Our the string line, that cotton string line that we're using, it's cotton, should decompose, right? It's cotton. It came from the earth. The stuff that we're using, except for the sand, mostly, comes from the earth. Like, we are being as responsible as we can. But when you start putting a bunch of plastics out there, like, we don't want to start polluting with plastics. So that's why it's important to use as good for the environment things as we can. But I appreciate you guys riding along for my weather balloon rant. We're just driving along to see if we actually get a winter storm here, so I don't know. I don't have anything else to talk about, so. Patrick, hey, people, we sent Patrick's name into the stratosphere the other day. There is a YouTube short on my channel where we sent Patrick's name into the stratosphere, up to about 90 millibars. It was like 60,000 feet or something. The balloon popped a little bit early. It was a little bit underfilled because I ran out in that tank and I didn't want to switch over, but still, it was fine. But so what I'm doing, folks, if you donate to the GoFundMe, I'm taking a Sharpie marker and I'm writing your name on the sands when we launch them, like, just for the hell of it. Like, there's absolutely no scientific reason for it, but I think it's kind of fun. So I'm picking like 4 or 5 people every time we launch, and I'm just writing them on there and then taking a picture of it. So I think that's kind of cool. Patrick was one of the ones. I think we had Amber, Patrick, Darla, Michael, and then who else? George, I think, was this last one. So I saw Patrick's name at like the top of the GoFundMe, and I'm just like, all right, well, we gotta put Patrick on there. No, it's a lot of fun, guys. So what we're going to be doing in the month of January, well, January, end of January, and then most of February, we're going to be really, really, really focusing on getting these probes built. So I'm pretty excited about that. We're working on the Radar Omega integration that will be ready by spring, but understand, folks, like the way that we're doing this, like I built the API, I built all this stuff. So we have to work with, for example, Don to figure out how to ingest that into the app. Everything is speaking the same language. It's not like a translation thing. Everything's the same language here, but it's more so. How do you want to do it? Like, you software developers will appreciate this. It's like, well, do you want the application making API calls to the API as like an external factor, or do you want them making like an internal API call where you have to basically curl the API every second and then basically clone it into your own database? I don't know. There's a lot, but that will be coming. I know some people have asked. It is coming, but right now we have the sounding viewer and all that is on our website, obviously. It's going to be cool. But starting to get some snow on the roads here. Yeah, speaking of the return ads, if anybody actually does find any of our Sans, I don't really want it back. But I would love a picture of it just to see how it weathered the flight. I think that'd be cool. So, like, if you do find one, you're welcome to keep it. I don't give a shit. But it would be cool. Like, if you do come across one, seriously, please email us or Facebook message. And I say that because, you know, that you guys can go track these. You know, you can watch the tracker and see where it lands. I'd go get it. Seriously, if you want to go hunt it down and get it, go get it. I don't care. It's yours. Keep it. Souvenir. I can do nothing with it. You know, I could probably replace batteries and stuff, but these are so fresh. It's just, I'm not gonna, it's not gonna be worth it. God dang, the road's getting a little slick now. Yeah, if you guys are in the GoFundMe at all, even if it's a 50-cent donation, I will, like, I'm working my way down the list and I'm crossing people off as I go down. I'm just like picking random ones. So we will eventually cycle through everybody here. And then we'll start putting like channel members on it. I don't know, it's just kind of a fun thing to do. I tell you what, anybody who finds it on the ground is going to be like, what the hell is this? Minneapolis is a whiteout? I believe it. We're getting into the heavier snow soon. So the next order of business is we're going to have to get Zach equipped. So Zach's pickup, I mean, he's got a half-ton pickup like I do. He's got one of those decked systems, like the pull-out drawers in the back, though. But that actually might work out better because we should be able to mount the tank on that easier than I did in my bed. But we got to get Zach set up. So I've got everything he needs, minus the tank. But we're going to get Zach set up. And then Zach, you know, remember, like, he can go do his own launches, you know, like, even in the off-season, you know, if he's out chasing and, you know, I'm not, I mean, hell, he can go do his own launches. So you guys can follow Zach as well. Same with Aiden. They're on our Project Weather Eye website, wxeye.org. If you scroll down to the bottom, there's links to their channels. Please subscribe to them. It's a big help. We need those two to succeed on social media because it helps the project. But we're going to do some weather balloon launching training, I think, in February. Get all of us together and do some practice launches, get everybody ready. So I've got some old Vaisala Sans that they're so screwed up. They don't have GPS. I don't know why. They don't have GPS. What the fuck? What's the point? But they can do thermal and basically send a signal back to the ground station to confirm that it's working. So we're probably going to use those as training fodder, so we're not burning our good SONs. But so here's what I did, folks. I potentially made a huge financial mistake a couple of weeks ago, but it wasn't. And I'll explain this to you. This is clickbait. I was able to find NOAA surplus radio SONs, Vaisala, whatever the hell they are, RS-92s, which were like 2022 and before, whatever. And new inbox, sealed. I paid $1,000 for them. I got 200 of them. Like, well, this was either the best financial decision I ever made or the biggest mistake ever, because I got these for $5 a pop compared to 200 a pop. Well, they show up. They have no GPS. I searched the contract number. GPS was specifically omitted from this batch. I don't know why. Like, Christ's sakes. Which is probably why they were in surplus and being sold. But here's why I was okay with ordering those. Inside every one of those SONs, they include a D-reeler, which is like a spool of string, so that as the thing goes up in the air, it lets out more string. That way you don't have 100 feet of string on the ground that's getting tangled up when you launch it. You only have 3 feet of string. And as soon as the balloon starts going up, that string expands, and within about 20 seconds, you got all your string out. It's a convenience thing, but you really have to have it. If I purchase those new, it's $8.50. I got them for $5 because I can basically open those SONs, throw the SON away, and harvest the D-reeler. So I saved $3.50 per unit times 200. I saved $700 by doing that. So it's still a win in my book. I spent $1,000 on what would have been $1,700 worth of shit. So I actually we have a surplus of these SONs that work, but we can't use them. Plus they're L band. They're like 1680 megahertz. These are freaking old. But I have a surplus of these, so I think I'm gonna give them away as like trophies or something. I don't know. I don't know. You want a piece of NOAA history? Here you go. I got 200 of them. Except I'm taking the D-reeler out. So I think I am going to make our own D-reelers. I have a plan to do it. Because there's actually a shipping company in Madison that sells cardboard tubes. And you can specifically tell them you want a X diameter cardboard tube that is X millimeters thick. So I can say, okay, make me, because they do up to 8 foot long, make me 20 8-foot long cardboard tubes that are 1.5 inches in diameter with 4 millimeter thick wall, and I'll just cut them up with a hacksaw. Well, that's your D-reeler. Then I take my cotton string and we wrap it around there, and we just use a loose piece of tape or a slit or whatever just to hold it together. Yeah, it takes a little bit of our time. It might cost us $2 a piece to make them, but we have staff and we can take a weekend sometime and we can make our own. So at the end of this year, once we've used them all up, we're probably going to make our own. Just because it's cheaper, and why not? Plus it's, I don't know, it's kind of fun to make your own, and it's rewarding, I guess. But it's like, we don't have to have it. We could just have a bunch of string, but the problem is, we could probably get away with having the SON like 50 feet below the balloon. You're supposed to have it like 100 feet. 50, I mean, realistically, 50 feet probably would be fine. But even 50 feet of string, that gets caught and tangled, and that's just a good way to botch your launch. So I'd spend the $2 and use the D-reeler. So, learning a lot. I mean, this is a cool project. I really like what we're doing. I like that we're doing all facets of it, the video, because that's cool. We're going to be able to actually look at the soundings and the data and then look at the video and say, okay, well, this is what it looked like. In the ground-based data and the SONs, because like we've been talking about doing weather balloons for years, guys. It's just, it wasn't really feasible till now. We just didn't have any connections with people that really knew what they were talking about. And the problem, when I looked into this before, and I'm sorry, I apologize to anybody in advance if you are a ham radio operator. I also have a ham radio license, so I am allowed to speak badly for a minute. Because I'm basically talking shit about myself. And not picking on you guys, but every time that I would get on a forum or get on the internet and try to talk to people about this, and be like, hey, this is what we're looking to do. A freaking ham radio operator would get on there. You need a license. You can't use your ham radio license for this weather balloon, blah, 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 because that violates Part 97 and you're using it for commercial purposes. The FCC will fine you $10,000 per day per instance, and they will seize your radio equipment. It's like, I'm not asking to use my ham radio license to put a ham radio on a freaking weather balloon. Like, you're not understanding here. You need FCC approval, blah, blah, blah. You need, Part 97 says, you need a Morse code identifier on that every 10 minutes. Like, I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm not talking about putting a ham radio on a balloon. Like, why are you even, like, what? Because anything that has to do with a radio transmitter, a ham radio operator just shows up out of nowhere and wants to challenge you on the laws. It is so annoying. It's so annoying that I talked to our Sonda manufacturer, and they occasionally literally have ham radio operators who call them and bitch to them and say that they can't manufacture Sonds that transmit RF. Hello, the FCC literally has a chunk of spectrum that is listed as meteorological instruments - radio Sonds. The FCC literally set aside frequencies for the fucking radio Sonds. Jesus Christ, give me a break. And then you got the ham radio operators. That's not legal. You need a call sign on that thing. And it's like, okay, yeah, let me put a call sign on this thing. Let me just call up the manufacturer and say, I need you to make me special Sonds that have my call sign in them. Even like, what the fuck are you talking about? So I literally was not able to get any information because there was always a ham radio operator that would come in there and tell me that I was an idiot. And I was so fucking fed up with it. Like, it's a joke. Like, it really is, because I was talking to this college university, and I'm like, hey, have you ever had to deal with the hams? He said, we deal with the ham radio operators all the time. He's like, we have had ham radio operators tell us that we're not allowed to use our like two-way radios because we're not ham radio operators. They're like, we pay the FCC for a simple, like a business license for these. Like, I don't know why they think we need a ham radio license. He's like, we deal with this shit all the time. It's like, so again, no offense to you hams, but there's always that one group, and it's so irritating. That's why I don't really support the ham radio hobby anymore, because so many of you people, and I don't mean to talk down to you, but so many of you freaking hams have this big stick up your butt, and all you want to do is be the Bible thumper of the FCC's rules, but you don't even know the FCC's rules. Like, I get this crap all the damn time. It's irritating. People have turned us into the FCC. The FCC has called me, sent me a letter at which I put a phone call in, and then had a conversation and made it, and we laughed about how it was funny because we presumed a ham radio operator's turned us in. Not anything to do with this, but somebody turned me in because they thought that we were using illegal radios in our car. Give me a break. Give me a break. So that's why, like, no offense, ham radio operator, I know a lot of you guys do a good service, but I can't take any of you seriously when you sit there and thump the Bible of Part 97 all the time. And, the second, if I key up a repeater to try to use, your club's repeater, and the first thing that I hear is, I need that in phonetics. My name is Bob. That's Bravo, Oscar, Bravo. B-O-B. My QTH is blah, 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 blah. My grid squares is... I don't give a shit. Like, talk to me like a human. Like, god damn. Like, I'm sorry, that's my rant. I hate the ham radio environment so much, and I'm sorry if I'm losing support for this, but I hate it. It's not what I signed up for. To be fair, our local groups are good. That's kind of why I got into it, but I am so isolated. I have a 100 meter dipole at home, center fed, at like 40 feet up. I have a FT8, is it an 857, 897? It's one of the newer Yaesu HF through like 160 through 6 meters. Whatever it is. It's like it's 100 watt. It's not I don't think it's the 857. It's not the portable one, but it's whatever. It might be the 897. I don't know. But I have that. When I turn it on, like the first thing that I hear every single night that I turn that on, right around midnight, the way the propagation is, there's a guy in Italy. It's always on. Every time, you know, and I actually talk to this guy regularly. IZ9PZ something, whatever the fuck. This guy is a meteorologist over there for whatever the hell weather in bureau thing that they have. What irritates the shit out of me, I'm having an A and B conversation with this guy. I have a hard time understanding him. He doesn't speak very clearly because his accent is so strong. Middle of the conversation, some ham radio operators in there with his call sign and these phonetics and all this, trying to break it because you got a copy, or it's like, shut up, I'm talking to somebody. Like, I want you QSL, and it's like, why do you talk like this? Like, go away. I'm talking to somebody. And I actually, like, I say that, so does this guy. It's like, we're having a conversation here. Like, so it irritates me because, like, I'm not saying that everybody that's a ham radio operator is bad. Please don't. But I have fought so hard through everything that I do over the past few years because we do so much with radio and RF. I've got people that are bitching to me because they don't think that my HDMI transmitters are legal. My wireless HDMI transmitters, they don't think they're legal. The latest email I got is someone doesn't think that my wireless mic is legal because they can't find a Part 15 document for it or whatever. And I need to stop using it immediately. Yes, let me stop using the $600 microphone that I bought that's commercially available by Rode because you can't find a Part 15 document on it, whatever the fuck that is, and you don't think that it's compliant with the FCC. I'll stop using it, okay. For fuck's sakes, Jesus Christ. Like, you gotta see where I'm coming from a little bit here. Like, god dang. I swear to God. Like, and if anybody thinks I'm being negative, I'm not trying to. Like, I'm just honestly giving you my honest opinion because, like, holy crap. Like, give me a break. So, you know, and I find it funny because I've gotten some emails because I always kind of dog on the ham radio operators. Not all of them. There are good ones out there, and there are good ones that use the hobby and the service to actually do something really good. Like my local group. They're really good. You know, they're not dumb. You know, like they're functioning adults, and they're not like obsessed with their walkie-talkie. Like, they live normal lives, and they do cool stuff with it, build cool. You know, like, I'm for that. But some of these folks, I tell you, it's just, oh my God, it's like what? It's like, how can we feel like we're internet lawyers, or how can we feel like we're lawyers and all this? It's like I don't get it. You know, and what's funny is I got that. What I was going with that is I got an email from one of these folks. This was probably a year ago, because I made kind of a comment about, you know, being annoyed by some of the hams, and this guy was like, you know, I looked your license up and you got it in 2011 and blah blah blah, and you know, I've had mine since 1984 and all that. I had to learn Morse code and all this. And I responded with, yeah, man, you know, what was I in 2011? Like 12 years old, you know? So you're making fun of a 12-year-old that did this? Cool, you piece of shit. That's basically kind of what I said. Whoa, watch out for Super Trucker here. 10-4, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Dude. Holy smokes. If your UPS package is on that truck, it might be late. It's going in the ditch. But I responded to this guy. I normally don't respond to this, but I responded to him like, dude, you are arguing with the wrong guy. So I own a repeater in Northern Illinois. I let somebody else operate. I paid for it. I set it up. I own it. It's at 450 foot. VHF repeater. Works very well. I pretty much donated it to the group. But I used to own to a VHF and a UHF repeater that were linked for weather that were getting too expensive to maintain the tower rent. So another group had a better tower site, and I donated the equipment to them and like just put it up. On my desk is a Morse code key. And yes, I do the Morse code thing. I know that I do that. It's my preferred thing to do. So I've got this old fuddy-duddy telling me what a whippersnapper I am, and you don't know Morse code. And it's like, buddy, I'm pretty sure I do more with this shit than you do. Like, it irritated me. It's like, why do you have that attitude where you don't like that someone said something on the internet, so you're going to thump your Part 97 Bible and send someone an email and tell them that you're better at using a walkie-talkie? Because that's what it is. That's what he told me, that he's so much better at using a walkie-talkie than me. Like, dude, you need a reality check. Holy smokes. Like, you're arguing about a walkie-talkie, basically. Holy crap. Tell me you've never had a girlfriend before in your life. Ever. God dang. I think it's funny. I'm not, like, bitching. I'm just sharing this because I honestly think it's kind of funny. Yeah, I actually do a lot of Morse on 40 meters. So like the only two bands that I use for ham radio anything is like 40 and 20. I don't bother with anything else because my antenna doesn't tune on them very well. And I'm not going to go spend thousands of dollars on an antenna. I have a $20 piece of wire that I strung up between two trees, and it works just fine. So, I mean, I could talk to some dude in Italy with it, no problem, every night that I want to. So, I talked to the space station once. This was actually a funny story. So they have a VHF radio up there, and a lot of these astronauts have a ham radio license. And several years ago, this was probably, oh, this was 10 years ago. It was 2015. Yeah, it was 2015. This was 10 years ago. They were on there just talking. And I was driving with another guy who was a ham in the passenger seat and grabbed the microphone, and I gave him a call sign, like they heard me, and we had a brief back and forth. And I thought it was really cool, and it's recorded, you know, so they're like, yeah, welcome aboard the space station. Like, that's fucking badass. The guy beside me, I'm like, here, talk to him. And he takes the mic. They would not acknowledge him whatsoever. I'm pretty sure they heard him, but they must, I don't know if they got busy or what, but it's like, what a kick in the dick, because we're like, yeah, we're both going to talk to him, and he was so pissed. He's like, well, they fucking ignored me. And I'm like, well, that sucks. Sucks to suck. Like, there's cool stuff you can do with it. It's just, it irritates me when some people ruin it by being like the frequency police. Because I'm going to tell you one thing, folks. The national, or the FCC isn't this like communist organization that ham radio operators think it is. They're like, oh, the FCC is going to issue you a violation for that. They don't. You know, like, you don't get a violation for using your ham radio on GMRS. They don't care. Is it illegal? Yes. Do they care? No, they don't care. They don't care. Like, they're worried about people that are causing interference to like actual wireless communication systems. They don't give a shit if Farmer Brown has an illegal GMRS radio in his tractor. They really don't care. I promise you that. I'm not saying go do illegal things. I'm just saying, like, every time you think you see a violation, it's probably fine. Like, just, I don't know, man. It's something, I tell you. Oh, Patrick, I dare you to go to a ham fest. Oh my God. We used to have a big one in Belvedere, Illinois, that the Chicago FM Club put on, and we always got in free because a good friend of mine he shit the bed last December. He died. He shit the bed. He died. That sounds I'm sorry. He would appreciate the humor, but he shit the bed last December. But he owned the local repeaters, and they were really good. So we would link them to the one in Chicago, and they would always let us in because like they thought we were God for doing that for them. And we'd walk around in there, and we would kind of make fun of people and like their fuddy-duddy dumb shit, because you walk around and somebody's got like a yellow vest on that says Aries and like Skywarn on it, and it's got like 16 walkie-talkies and 4 microphones and a body camera, and you know, they've got like 25 radio channels on, and they're scanning, and they've got their scanner. They're listening to the local fire department that they can't join, and they're walking around, and they think they're so cool, and we're like walking around like, look at that idiot. You know, it's like, what the hell? It's an interesting thing, I tell you what. I'm doing 45. And visibility's taking a dump. Oh my god, that stupid thing is still on the screen. How come nobody's complaining about this? Come on, guys, you gotta bitch a little more here. Sorry, I didn't realize that thing was still in the middle of the screen. I don't know. What the hell? Satellite radio booted up. I have no idea why that's in the middle of the screen. It's not supposed to be. I can turn that off. God dang it. I don't know how people haven't complained about that. Deputy Baofeng, yeah, jeez. God, I wish Zach was on here, because he's got a bone to pick with some of these people. All right, I should have just taken that off for you. The road's really not that bad. It's the visibility. Freaking light speed out here. I would like to see the map with the radar on there too, but it's too much on the screen. It covers up too much. We just want a nice clean look. But if you want, you can use Radar Omega or the free Cycrad app. Radar Omega is on sale. It's $4.99, by the way. It's not $8.99. It's $4.99 now. It's on sale. But you can use the apps if you want to compare the radar and watch the live stream. I have a Baofeng too, Patrick. I use it to confirm the weather balloons are transmitting, or the sounds are transmitting. Just turn it on, put the frequency in, and listen, make sure it's talking. Roads are bad enough. Well, I don't know where you're at where the roads are bad. I mean, I guess, I don't know. I mean, this is getting bad. I think if you go further west, it's like actually bad. But I'm definitely not arguing. I mean, they're not great. They're definitely not great. So I don't know where the road is right now, though. That's the problem. Or where my center line is. Why do these people do this? This guy is on my ass. Like, buddy, I don't know where my lane is. Like, I clearly am struggling here. Alright, cruise on by, Hyundai. Like, I get it, you're in a hurry, but we're also doing 50, which is a pretty good clip out here. I honestly don't know where the lane is. Like, I'm honestly just all over the road here. There's apparently no center line rumble strip. But I just, just doing the best I can do. I just wish people would give a little bit of following distance. Will I come down to central Illinois? Maybe. I mean, it's not that far of a drive. I mean, I live by Madison, so maybe. I think Iowa is going to be the real story tonight, though. But that's going to be super late. Yeah, there's a couple of gas stations that I saw that were like $2.49. Believe it or not. Yeah, this isn't very slippery though. It's just, I'm not slipping much. It's just getting covered. I'm actually really surprised that the road's not in better shape. Usually Wisconsin plows pretty good. So we don't have like state plows. It's just all the counties take care of the roads in their county. So like this is still going to be a county plow. But usually they're in really good shape. I'm really surprised. This is kind of surprising. I figured this would be peeled off here, but it's snowing so hard that even if they scrape it, it's going to just fill right back in. You had 205 for gas in Texas. That's probably pretty nice. Yeah, there's a plow over there. So they're out. It's just, and one might have been through here. The thing is just, it's probably going right back in the road so easily. Yeah, this is an interstate. Couple of semis out here going nice and slow. Just amazes me how fast some people will drive on this. Like even with the proper tires and the proper vehicle, like it's not worth taking the chance. I'm actually going to use this truck as an excuse to slow down and make these people pass me. I'm not going to pass this truck until this line of cars goes by. Like I feel like people get really selfish in this weather. Like, and then start road raging and stuff. It's really annoying. Like, I mean, we got to be a little reasonable here. Like, slow down a little bit. Yeah, I'm just going to go whatever speed he's going. These people are going to have to pass. And they don't seem happy about it. This guy's like high beaming me and stuff. Flashing his high beams at me. Like, what's that going to do, buddy? I'm still going 35 miles an hour. So he's moving decently. He just doesn't want to get in a wreck. Can't blame the guy. Oh god dang, this windshield is such a mess right now. Let me turn the defroster thing on. A lot of trucks. Yeah, there's a lot of trucks. I mean, it's all everybody going between Minneapolis and like Chicago and Milwaukee and stuff. Oh yeah, the air gas thing. So I posted on Facebook about this. You guys know how I've been talking a lot about all the pain in the ass that air gas company has been. Guess what? I got a statement today. They quadruple billed me because double billing me, triple billing me wasn't good enough. They quadruple billed me. They billed me 4 times for the same thing. So I called them, and they're like, I'll escalate this. You will receive a phone call back by noon Central. I said, okay, fantastic. I said, not a problem. And I never got a call back, so I called them back. Oh, we'll have to do this by email. And I'm just like, seriously? Like, you've quadruple charged me. Like, you messed up. I haven't gotten the email that I was supposed to. They said by end of business day. It's end of business day. Where's my email? It's like, it's almost going to be like, we need to do a video series of like my escapades with Airgas Company, because it's always something. Like, before, you guys remember, it was the credit limit on the account. Now it's the billing statements. Like, I don't know what it's going to be next, but I'm sure we'll have something we can kind of poke fun at. It's like, give me a break. So we have a winter weather advisory here. Just to our north, we have a winter storm warning. It's pretty out here, though, with the snow. If you look at Radar Omega, you can see this huge chunk of snow, this big blob of snow. Minneapolis all the way over to Green Bay. I wonder if Aiden is still going out. I know he was going to go out. This event downtrended a bit. Yeah, Grok might tell me to throw a brick at him. I can't believe that. And then use the brick as a pillow. What the hell, man? That was kind of ridiculous. I mean, this is not like a big time commitment for me, you know, like this is right up the road. I mean, worst case scenario, I'm 3 hours from home. It's just a day trip here for the hell of it. These are pretty decent snowfall rates too, folks. I'm certainly not going to be out all night. No. I've got... What are we doing here? Oh my god. Fucking hell. Dude, he nearly slid into me. I don't know why this truck up here is stopping. But that guy behind me, it really wasn't that semi's fault. But he kind of went around me at the last second there. He shouldn't have been on my ass, so I guess it was his fault, but... See, that's what irritates me. Like, I feel like... I don't think that it's that people are bad drivers these days. I feel like people are not as good at... Like, there's a disconnect between the eyes and the brain when driving it. Like, I don't know. Like, to me, it's pretty obvious. You know, you're driving fast and you're driving a 70,000-pound vehicle to not be 10 feet off of somebody's bumper. But, like, people aren't... Like, it's so common now. Like, I don't understand what's going on. Like, I feel like people aren't recognizing hazards on the road anymore. I about put it in the ditch. I'm dead serious. Like, I was pulling over to this... I thought I was just going to drive into the ditch because I didn't think he was going to merge over. Because the way he merged over into the other lane in my mirror, I was afraid his trailer was going to swing around. Probably wasn't paying attention. I mean, I guess... Probably was his fault for being too close, but the guy in front of me shouldn't have, like, stopped. I don't know why he came to a complete stop like that. That was dumb. But... I mean, in my opinion, we're doing 40 miles an hour. Now we're up to 45. We're doing 45 miles an hour on a snow-covered road. There's really no reason to be crowding other vehicles and blowing them off the road. Because really, 45 in the snow is about what you probably should be doing, you know? So, I don't know. It's just, I wish people would, like, recognize the road as trash and just drive accordingly. Like, for example, I could probably get away with driving 60 on this road if there were no other cars on it. But there's other cars on it, so that's a problem. I also have to drive this truck differently than I drive, like, my Explorer. These mud tires are not made for slippery roads. They don't have the sipes. They have sipes, but not enough. So these tires they are rated the best on winter roads out of all mud terrain tires. And get out of here with the trash from Nitto. Those Nitto tires are shit. But the Yokohama G003, that one's like runner-up. But believe it or not, the Plain Jane Boring Firestone is actually the best because they actually have full depth sipes on them, and so you have that extra 2 sipes on each tread block. It helps. But these mud tires will do better in deep snow. So like when we're in deep snow, these are going to do better than a snow tire will because they can chew through the snow. They can eject the snow out of the tread. But on the road like this where it's slippery, you actually want to hold the snow in the tire, and these don't do that at all. So they're not dangerous, and they're certainly not problematic, but you have to drive the vehicle knowing that. Mainly turning and stopping, but like knowing in the back of my mind that these have a tendency to slide way easier than like a standard all-terrain on roads like this. I know that I have to have extra braking and cornering and stuff, so it's not a big deal. If we're in deep snow, they do fantastic. So, whatever. There's no reason for me to run a winter tire because these do just fine on stuff like this. You know, I'm doing 45, maybe with a winter tire or like a KO2, maybe I could do 55, but it's not worth switching them out. But it looks like we really leveled up the GoFundMe there today. What's the number? I just looked over there and I saw that the bar was way farther across. Okay, 7,044. Okay, fantastic, folks. I think we probably have gotten that close. We're probably close to 30% now, aren't we? Yeah, we're at about 28%. So I appreciate that, folks. That's really helping with this upcoming mission. And thanks for watching, too. We've got a pretty decent turnout tonight. There's a semi in the ditch. You think it's the one that passed us? Probably not. Oh, no, that's a straight truck. That definitely sucks. He's in there pretty good, too. Been there, done that, kind of. You took your kid to the emergency room in Monroe? You hate him that much? Oh my God. I am not religious, but I am currently praying that he makes it out alive, man. Holy crap. Bad call. Maybe it's gotten better. Holy crap. I'm kidding, but not kidding. My finger still hurts. Oh, taking the corner there, the exit. I think this guy's lost. It looks like it might be his first time driving on snow, but at least he's driving well, you know. Look at this. This is all right, though. I'm kind of glad I came up here instead of Iowa, because if we would have went for the high wind warning in Iowa, I mean, I probably would be leaving my house right now, because it's going to be like a midnight to 5 a.m. thing. So I probably would be leaving my house right now. We'd get out there about midnight, and then we would have to stream until like 5 a.m. And I probably wouldn't get home until 11 a.m. I mean, which I could do, but I hate staying up all night when you have to like drive in the snow and stuff like this, because you get such a headache from driving in it, and then you're tired, and it just really sucks. I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for all that snow to blow around out there because there's been quite a bit of rain. And that snow has had the sun on it a little bit. So it's probably got kind of a hard shell on top of it. So it's probably not going to blow around as much. It'd be different if it were like really fresh snow. If you're still on, what's it doing in Monroe? Is it like freezing rain or what? Because when I left, it wasn't doing anything at all. Radar shows precipitation, but I don't know if it's making it to the ground or not. I know it wasn't earlier. I hate freezing rain. Like, ice is pretty cool. Like, it's really interesting to watch an ice storm, but it's a pain in the ass when it's where you live and you have to try to get around in it. I don't know anything about that stuff coming to Illinois later. Like later this week, I have no idea because I haven't really looked that far ahead. I've got no clue. I just know there might be a couple inches of snow. I don't know if it's going to be 1 inch or 20. I've got no clue. I will have to look at it though at some point. If you folks are new here, consider subscribing. It is free. Really helps us out. And of course, like the video. That doesn't cost anything either. There's a new mesoscale discussion that just popped up. I got too many things on my map. I can't click on it. Hold on. I have so many things turned on. It says, heavy snow. Heavy snow to continue through the evening, occasionally up to 1 inch per hour. Heavy to moderate snow will continue to be reported across portions of eastern Minnesota and into central Wisconsin. This has been reported since 01Z, which is now. The surface low pressure system continues to shift south and eastward. It's currently located over southern Minnesota. The 750 to 850 millibar frontogenesis is maximized across far eastern Minnesota into portions of central Wisconsin, aka right here. The 0Z soundings for Minneapolis shows a nearly saturated dendritic growth zone. I think that's something to do with the snowflakes. I don't know. I'm pretty sure. Moist profiles and continued frontal support will continue to bring potential for heavy bands with 1 inch per hour snowfall rates over the next few hours. As the surface low continues to shift south and east, rates will decrease through the evening and overnight. So it sounds like basically what they're saying is it's going to be heavy snow for the next few hours, and then it's going to be just regular snow. So That's from Minneapolis all the way down to Madison. Yeah, we're what? I think under normal conditions, probably about a half an hour south of Eau Claire. Under current conditions, I don't know, 45 minutes. I don't know if I need to go all the way to Eau Claire or not. It seems like we're kind of in the heaviest stuff right now. Looks like they plowed this section recently. I mean, I haven't seen slide offs. I mean, we had what? That one car on the other side of the road, and then there was that straight truck back there. But I haven't seen, like, much else. But there's also not a lot of cars on the road, so. There's a plow right there. pretty heavy snowfall rates. I don't remember the last time that I was up here. It's been a while. I think it was for severe storms. It was, if I remember right, it was a trash setup too. It's trash day. I think that was back in August. Yeah, it's been a long time. I mean, I live in this state, but I don't live in this part. I'd never go this way. You know, I don't get to Minnesota much at all either. It's not a whole lot of reason to. Speaking of going places, I don't think we're going to have a lake effect snow season this year. Speaking of things that are unusual, so if you actually look at the water temperatures on, like, for example, Lake Erie, which is responsible for our western New York snow, big time, like, lake effect snows, it's cold. Like, it's way colder than it normally is, and there's actually some reports of it freezing over in partial spots already. Once that lake freezes over, the lake effect snow is done, because that lake effect snow, the water is warmer than the air. It creates extra instability, extra lift, basically more energy and moisture for the snow to form. And then as the wind blows across the lake, that's why it's lake effect. So if the lake is frozen and cold, we don't get that energy and that moisture to create the snowstorm. We haven't had a big one out there. I've seen a lot of people talking about this big snowstorm coming this weekend out there. I'm not seeing it. The Buffalo Weather Forecast Office says like maybe 9 inches. That's not big out there. Like, Buffalo is used to getting these 2, 3, 4, 5 foot snowfalls. 9 inches over 24 hours, that's not even, they don't even get the plows out for that, for Pete's sakes. You know, I mean, they do, but that's not an event. So, like, I honestly think we might, it's very possible, after I looked at data this morning, I honest to God think that we might not even go to Buffalo at all this year. Or Buffalo area, the Lake Erie snow event. I honest to God think this might be the first year in 6 years where I haven't gone to Western New York for a lake effect snow event. That could change. We still could get a freak snowstorm out. We definitely could. And it's possible that, you know, the lake will stay warm enough here through like Christmas and the beginning of January maybe, but I'm looking at it and I'm like, man, I'm gonna have a hard time believing that we're gonna get a big lake effect storm out there at this rate. So this would be like the first time in a long time. I'm hoping we get a Great Plains blizzard or something, you know, something maybe out in western Kansas or anywhere from North Platte all the way down to Amarillo. Would be cool if we got something out there. No hurricanes this year, no blizzards in Buffalo. I'm watching Colorado though. Like I tell you what, if we get signs of snow and crazy stuff out there, like we did in Trinidad last year, I'll be on the road right away. Yeah, Minnesota, you're gonna start being getting out of the snow before too long here. Heaviest snow is kind of moving into Eau Claire down to La Crosse. It looks like basically where we're at, I think. We've gotten a lot of snow in parts of Wisconsin and, well, honestly, like Iowa and Illinois too this year. Last year, the Madison area I got, I think it was 17 and a half inches for the whole season. And I think we've already gotten 18 inches this season. And we're like a month into it. Which is probably good because some of these areas, they're not really in a drought, but they're in a near drought. So, I mean, any moisture, I guess they'll take. Watch out, we got Super Trucker. Holy shit. God damn, dude. Jesus. I don't even know how much snow we're supposed to get from this up here. I think like 4 to 6. Maybe, something like that. But this is pretty much going to happen overnight. So I think a lot of this will be cleaned up by the morning commute. I mean, it still might be a little sloppy to get to work and everything tomorrow morning, but I think the majority of this is going to be probably picked up by then. We might turn around up here. Because honestly, I think we might have best interest here to kind of run back down the interstate the way we came, because it's like we're getting some of the heaviest snow setting up over it. Let's kind of stay on the interstate for a while. Because we want to make our way back down toward Madison at some point. I want to see if the freezing rain and the ice is becoming a thing down there. So at some point, I want to go down there and check it out. Snow's definitely getting heavier now. I think we're gonna flip around whenever the next exit is, because there's really no point in going past Eau Claire because the snow is starting to taper off to the west. I am very, very glad that we came this way instead of going to Wausau, because my original plan was going straight north to Wausau. Not that that would have been a mistake, it's just the snow is taking longer to get there. Like the heavier snow is just now starting to get there, I think. Yeah, the winter storm warning changes over here at the county line, but it's winter weather advisory here all the way down to Madison. I think that's just because the snowfall totals don't meet the criteria. I haven't been up there by like Rice Lake or any of that for a long time. I very rarely go anywhere north of 94. Alright, we got an exit here. We can use this one. Bunch of cars up here, and I can't tell if they're moving or if they're stopped. If they're moving, they're going super slow. I don't know if that's good or bad. I think they're moving. Yeah, they're moving. But people are slowing down out here, so obviously that's probably contributing to our lack of slide-offs and everything. I mean, I haven't seen anything. I mean, we had a couple, we had a couple. There's a straight truck, and I think there was that, was there two cars? I mean, not anything crazy. Sometimes with these events, you get people in the ditch all over. But up until now, there really wasn't much for traffic, so. No idea what's going on. I think the ramp is just backing up. I think that's what was kind of slowing people down.
Head north toward 10th Street. At the next light, use any lane to turn left. Turn left onto US 10 West 10th Street.
Yeah, it's going to take a minute to get through this light. I don't know if there's 2 lanes here. There's a left turn lane and a right turn lane. I can't tell. I honest to God don't know. Oh yeah, there is. Okay. And a green light, look at that. That happens almost never. And it's yellow. You gotta be kidding me. That thing just turned green. What the hell? What a frickin' ripoff. That's a pretty piss poor green light. Oh yeah, it'll be on Twitter in a minute, Patrick. You just watch. Windshield wipers are shot again. Look at what the... What is with these lights? I mean, that one was just as bad. You get like 2 seconds, and if you're not through it, you're screwed. That's not... Wow, okay. They're not very generous with the green lights. Like, you get 1 car, that's it. No more than that. But you sit at the red light for like 3 minutes, so I don't know how that balances out. We've witnessed plows go down this side of the road just as recent as like 5 minutes ago, and I mean, look, it's filled in already, so it's just snowing so hard that they're not going to be able to keep up with it. I mean, they keep the stuff pushed off the road, but it's just going to stay slippery. This isn't going to be clear pavement until the sun hits it tomorrow. Nothing you can do about it. But it doesn't seem very slippery. Like, I haven't touched 4-wheel drive. I mean, obviously you don't need it for this, but like the back end hasn't tried to slip or anything, so it's obviously sticking to the ground, but it's not like making it icy or anything, so that's a good thing. That might be why there's not much for slide-offs too, because it's just not slippery. Sometimes with this dry snow, it's not. When it's fresh like this, it's really not that slippery. It's when it gets packed down that it becomes a problem. Hold on, Super Trucker is going to pass us again here. Jesus. This guy's like forcing me off the damn road. I can't get over anymore. Like, I don't know what this idiot wants. This guy's like on my side of the road too. Like, what are you doing, buddy? I can't get over anymore. Like, if you're gonna pass and shit, that's fine, but you can't be pushing me out of my lane. Because this is like my lane over here. God dang. This trailer's dog tracking too. Must have gotten a wreck. Or slid in the ditch and hit something, who knows? I don't know. This is a good one to come out for, though. This, and like I said, I'm not really invested in this one too much here. This is just, I'm what, 2 hours and 45 minutes up the road, so, from home. Probably longer now with the snow, but like, just coming out here and making a couple back and forths ain't too bad. No, his lights aren't out. It's that covered with snow. I thought it was too, but it's just covered with snow.
You will arrive at 2307.
Starting to get kind of slushy and a mess out here. Salt must be working, I guess. We'll see how like the Madison area does. I mean, if they're getting some ice down there, like obviously freezing rain is going to cause way more problems than snow. So we'll see how things work out down that way. Hold on, Super Trucker again. I'm doing 53. Like, I thought I was doing pretty good, but apparently not. I'm not getting over anymore for this guy either. Like, you can find your own lane, buddy. Jesus. Dang. In a hurry, I guess. Yeah, roads are still good enough. Like, if you had to go out and get your groceries, I'm pretty confident nobody'd have an issue with this. They're in good shape. They're just about as good as they can get for the heavy snowfall rate. Why would I get off the interstate? What is Google trying to have me do? I can only imagine. I'm sure something stupid. This thing really wants me to go to Pigeon Falls, but I'm not going to Pigeon Falls. I don't even know where Pigeon Falls is. Apparently it's up here. Never been there, I don't think. Maybe I have been. Not that I remember, though.
Take exit 98.
Jeez.
Wisconsin 121 East. Take the ramp to Wisconsin 121. Head southeast on I-94 East. Continue on I-94 East for 7 miles.
Yesterday, was it yesterday? Day before. God dang, I don't remember. Might have been yesterday. No, it was Sunday. Yeah, Sunday. Sunday, it was actually a fairly decent day out. A little bit sunny. It's kind of nice. Got warm enough that the cars kind of melted off, which was good. This is that car in the ditch we saw on the way up. He's way the frick down there. I almost wonder if he entered from the other side, because I don't see any tire tracks going down through there. Either that or he's just been there that long. I don't see where he went in. So we've been live for what? How long have we been live? A couple hours? Eight o'clock already. I don't remember what time I started. Hold on, I should be able to look. What, just a little bit short of 3 hours? Give or take. Well, it's kind of like watching paint dry. I forgot where we started getting into the heavier snow. I think it was around Toma. I know it was a quick transition from nothing to something, though. We'll see. Let's see, what's the GoFundMe at? I hate to make this all centered around the GoFundMe, but it's kind of fun to watch. What are we at? 7,000? Holy shit. 7,000. All right, 7,100. All right, thanks, folks. We appreciate that. I really do. It's kind of fun watching that gold bar fill up. I think we'll probably use GoFundMe for more things in the future because you can watch the thing fill up. I think that's kind of cool. I don't know what the plans are for the rest of the week. I mean, it sounds like maybe there's some snow coming for Illinois on Thursday. That might be something. I'm going to be out of service on Friday, admin stuff, so I can't do anything on Friday. I have to tend to something. Plus, that's our announcement day, and I probably need to be behind the computer for that. Roads are a little bit cleaner here in this county. Maybe the plow went through more recently. Well, I think we're behind the plow, actually. That might explain it. I think that's a plow up there. Looks like they're trying to tow that straight truck that was in the ditch up there out. On the other side there. The lights. That's where that guy was. Looks like they got him. It's a little tow truck, too. Yeah, it's definitely snowing harder. If you look at Radar Omega, there's like the La Crosse radar site. There's some pockets of heavier precipitation right along the Mississippi River there, and I don't know if that's necessarily accurate. Not because of a Radar Omega fault, but just it's a characteristic of radar when there's like sometimes like wet snow or like sleet mixed in can reflect brighter or stronger. So it results in the intensity on radar looking like it's more than it is. But regardless, there's heavy snow from here, like Eau Claire, all the way down to La Crosse and then over into Wisconsin. So, but it's moving east, so like Eau Claire, Wisconsin, or not, Stevens Point, Wisconsin Rapids, Portage, Montello. Eventually it'll get over toward Oshkosh. It's moving east. This is kind of a quick event too. But it's been snowing up there in Minnesota for quite a bit of the day. I guess I kind of screwed up a little bit. If I had actually paid better attention to this, I probably would have left earlier this morning and went up to Minneapolis, because there was a decent snow event earlier in Minneapolis. It seemed to really start snowing up there around like 10 o'clock. It was just kind of oversight on my part, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. I was still undecided this morning if we were going to Iowa or not. But I don't think that Iowa thing is going to turn out to be as big of a deal. Like last night, it was looking like a huge deal. 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts all night with snow on the ground. Even if it's not snowing, just having the snow on the ground would have caused blizzard conditions. There's still going to be wind out there. But there's been a lot of rain and a lot of mix out there, which is just going to like make that snow like harder and slushier. It's not going to blow around as much. Plus, that was going to be from like midnight to 5 a.m. and it was really hard to justify that. Like, it'd be cool to go out there and experience, but I chose this. It just didn't look right. I think it's going to be an impactful event for sure, but I don't think it's as big of a deal as it looked like last night. It's still going to be a big deal, but I just think it's going to be hard to get a lot of that snow to blow around when it's kind of slushy and packed down a little bit. It's just so isolated out there. There's really nothing, because we were looking at like the Fort Dodge to Sioux Falls, Sioux City area, that northwest part of Iowa. And it's very isolated out there. There's just not much out there. So you really are kind of out there on your own all night. It worked out pretty well, though. Like today, I mean, I was able to stay home and get stuff done. God dang it. Yeah, I don't know why that text was double layered like that. Sorry. Fixed. Doesn't seem very windy out, so I don't think we're going to have much of a blowing and drifting problem. Granted, we're on the interstate, we're kind of shielded by these trees. So maybe out in the open, perhaps, but... I probably should have done a balloon launch earlier, come to think of it. but oh well. Probably would have known a little bit more about the freezing precipitation trend down there by Madison. Road's getting kind of crappy again. Must have crossed the county line. No, actually, well, did we? Hold on. No, and we actually don't for a while. And this guy is like stopping. I'm not sure what's going on here, but I don't. Oh, the semi in the ditch. I'm not sure what's going on. Somebody's like stopped up here. Oh, he just pulled over. Okay, alright, well, you do that then. He pull over or did he slide off? No, he just pulled over. That's alright. It's definitely slow going out here, though. I mean, sometimes I'm slowing all the way down to 35, and sometimes I'm able to do like 50. It just kind of depends. All the traffic disappeared, though. That's kind of nice. Still don't know where the center line is. Just guessing at this point.
In 2 miles, take exit 115 for US 12 East, Wisconsin 27 South toward Black River Falls.
This thing keeps wanting me to exit. I'm not sure why. The sign says slippery conditions. Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty obvious when I realized the road was covered in snow. But good reminder, I guess. Yeah, it looks pretty dead for severe weather for a little while. I don't know. We'll probably start picking back up with severe storms, I'm sure, probably around Christmas. Well, before Christmas, probably. December can either be slow or busy down south. It just depends.
In half a mile, take exit 115 for US 12 East, Wisconsin 27 South, for Black River Falls.
This thing just insists that I get off the interstate. I'm not going to. It'd be a terrible idea.
Take exit 115. Then, you'll take a slide right onto the US 12 East, Wisconsin 27 South ramp to Black River Falls.
No, this is a car in the ditch or a truck?
Head east on I-94 East. Continue on I-94 East for 1 mile.
Ah, it's a truck and he's barely moving. He's moving though.
In half a mile, take exit 116 for Wisconsin 54 West toward Black River Falls.
Nope, not doing it. They must think that it's faster to take a shortcut because of like travel speed, but not. I don't buy it because it'll want to take me down these like BFE back roads, and I don't feel like that right now. They take forever when it's nice out, let alone when it's crappy out. It's pretty crappy out.
Take exit 116. Then, you'll take
I mean, I've
a
seen
right
worse,
onto Wisconsin
but
54 West
it's
ramp to
crappy.
I-94 Black River Falls.
We can agree on that.
Head southeast on I-94 East. Continue on I-94 East for 12 miles.
feel like I'm moving a little bit quicker now. Like, road seems to be a little more forgiving. So, I don't know. I haven't seen much reports out of like the Madison area, but what I will tell you is if there's even just a little tiny bit of freezing rain and there's just 1 mile of road that didn't get salt on it, it'll be hell. Just any little bit of slipperiness down there, I swear to God, causes like biblical proportion crashes. It's ridiculous. All it takes is one exit ramp that didn't get salted or whatever, and it's like the whole town shuts down. So. This is probably that 1 inch per hour snow rate that they were talking about, though. I mean, I definitely believe that's probably what we got. God dang, I can barely see. Wow. I actually didn't expect it to snow this hard tonight.
You're still on the fastest route. You will now arrive at 2326.
There's a road here somewhere. Just guessing on the road here. We got another super trucker coming by here, I think. Nope, just a regular driver. Really need the centerline rumble strips here, because that's usually how I tell where I'm at, but we don't have them.
In 2 miles, take exit 128 for County Road.
I don't know why this insists on me getting off of the interstate. It's doing it again. Might try to get around this guy.
In half a mile, take exit 128 for County Road O toward Nelson. Take exit 128. Over 1,000 feet, turn right onto County Road O.
Kind of lost track of where I'm at.
Head southeast.
And barely see.
Continue on I-94 east for 111 miles.
Alright, we're gonna sneak around this guy because I think the cloud of snow coming off of his trailer is our low visibility. And he's moving pretty slow, which is fine. I don't blame him. But we'll sneak around him. We'll actually make sure we're on our side of the road, though, unlike some people earlier. Now we can do that. It's part of the reason I wanted to get around, so we actually put some high beams on here, actually see. Not as bright as they should be. Must be a bunch of snow covering them. Guy's got more snow on the back of his car than the road. Yeah, there's some spots out here that are like extra crappy. Like that one. And this one. But it seems like they've kind of kept up about as good as they can with the roads. I don't know what the non-interstates look like, but I mean, this is decent enough. At least it's not bad enough that you can't be on it. Far from that point, actually. All right, we're almost back to the 90-94 split, which is Toma. La Crosse is getting smoked. I'm sure it is. Looks like it on radar. Pretty heavy snow. Not surprised. This event might actually overperform a little bit, even maybe, sort of. really... Oh, God, that's the other side of the road. Hell, I thought I was going right down the middle. I'm on the left side of the road. Holy crap. Looks like they haven't really changed anything with, like, the winter weather advisories and stuff. God, it's taken us a long time to cover this ground, I tell you what. So we started the stream right around the Dells. And it's been freaking forever ago. It's really normally not that far. Probably have to stop at that same quick trip. We'll stop at a different one. That one sucks. Like, it's consistently pretty bad. Especially for a busy area, it's really disappointing. We'll go to the other one. There's another one, like, up the road. But shit, it's going to take us an hour to get down there. At this rate, I mean, this is heavy snow. This is right about the point where when we were coming up, where we transitioned to the snow. Like it was all dry, well, it was wet, but right about here is where we got snow. Like really anything past this point is going to be all fresh snow that's happened in the amount of time that it took us to drive to Eau Claire and turn around. So it was right before the 90-94 split where it switched over to like measurable snow. It was just all slush and rain before that. Which means there might be some ice problems up here maybe underneath of this. Definitely getting into some heavier snow though based on radar. There's a quick trip up here too. This one's usually better. This one's not bad. I just don't feel like stopping yet. Really just don't want to get out of the truck. It's nasty out. It's just really dead out here though. There's not much for cars, like no traffic, so that's good. Yeah, all this is new snow within the past, what, hour and a half?
Traffic is getting worse. You're still on the best route. You will now arrive at 2342.
I don't know whose lane this is, but I'm in it. God dang. Okay, guess that's the left side of the road. Sorry, I'm distracted by this fucking idiot behind me here. It's like right on my ass. I thought it was on my side of the road. Apparently not. So he's trying to shoot around me on the right. Like, what the fuck? Sorry. This is just stupidity. Like, it's freaking snow-covered roads. This guy comes out of nowhere with one headlight out. So he's got his high beams on. So I thought he was way back there. And all of a sudden he's like on my bumper. And then he dims his headlights and he's got a headlight out. I'm like, God dang it, dude. I just get so annoyed by that. Like, I get it. You know, you want to go 65. I'm doing 54 right now. Like, we're going plenty fast, which it's fine. They want to pass. That's fine. But I hate when these people run up on you when it's slippery and stuff. And, like, you clearly don't know where the road's at. Like, just stop being stupid. Like, God dang. Probably will be in the ditch in 5 miles. I see, like, I can't see the line. I'm purposefully trying to find the rumble strips. We don't have center line rumble strips. So we don't really know. All I know is I'm on the road somewhere. It's always that one guy, I tell you what. Gas is under 250 up here. That's pretty good. It's nice to see. Yeah, this is all new snow, so it's piled up pretty quick. So we didn't come through here but more than an hour and 45 minutes ago, maybe? Hey guys, Aiden is live, so if you want to watch him, he's in the Radar Omega app. He should be on YouTube also. I don't have a link though. He's over there on the eastern half of this. He's over there closer to Appleton, it looks like. Holy smokes, this guy is barely moving. And Super Trucker behind me is gonna fly by us, so we'll pass him after this truck. He's coming up pretty fast. Yeah, this guy is barely moving. He needs to put his like 4-way blinker things on. We're doing, holy shit, 19 miles an hour? That truck's not going that fast, trust me. Yeah, we're doing 19 miles an hour, which is okay. But if you're going to be doing 19 miles an hour, you need to put your hazard lights on because you are a hazard. just my opinion. Some people disagree with that, but I think when you're going like grossly below the mean speed of traffic, you have to give some sort of indication to other people on the road that you are not going fast. So just my 2 cents, I guess. we'll probably stop at that Wisconsin Dells Quick Trip again, I think. Like I said, it's not bad. It's just you people that have the Quick Trips and the Quick Stars in your states, like in the Midwest, like you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like sometimes you go in there and it's like a beacon of hope. Like it's just the best thing you've ever seen, the best thing you've ever had. And there's other times where you walk in there and you're expecting something amazing, and then it's like one crusty egg roll, and that's all they have. And it's like, what the hell is this? Like it just makes you cry. It's sad. And this one usually has one crusty egg roll. I mean, hell, I had to rock, paper, scissors the guy over the frickin' grilled cheese earlier. But there's some Quick Trips that are really bad, but there's some that are really good. Most of them are pretty good. Most of them actually are good, but there's some that are like, oh boy. Like the one in Stoughton is really good. I still don't know why this thing is like forcing me off of the interstate. Kind of dumb. It's almost like the roads got worse down. Well, we did just cross the county line, didn't we? Yeah, we did. We just crossed the county line. So in Wisconsin, we don't have state plows. It's just all the counties do everything in their county. Doesn't matter what the road is. And honestly, I think it results in better roads, personally. Seems like they do a better job. But that also results sometimes like this, you cross the county line and it's like, what the hell? Still don't know where the road is. I mean, I'm on it. I just don't know what part. But at least I'm on the road. It's part of it. Windshield's getting crappy already. Wow, what a mess. All right, I'll turn the defroster up a little bit, I guess, because that's terrible. God dang, like I swear to God, like I'm not intentionally all over the road. I think I'm over here, I think I'm over there. Like I don't know. I think I see the center line, and then it's not. Whatever. There's no other cars around. We're good. This is stupid. It's the one time I would really appreciate a center line rumble strip. At least you can feel where you're at. God, it is just dumping out here. I did not expect this today. Hold on, Super Trucker here is about to push me off the damn road again. Like, I really can't get over anymore. Like, I am almost on the shoulder, dude. What are you doing? Jesus Christ. Like, no problem with being passed, but you gotta use your lane, not mine. Oh, I really can't see now. Holy smokes. Jesus. You've got like 1/8 of a mile of visibility out here. That is terrible. Yeah, it's gonna be a long drive at this rate. Holy crap. Probably didn't need to go that far up 94. Probably just could have hung around down here, I think. Could have got away with it. There's a plow. Hold on, here comes Super Trucker. Jesus. Does not give a shit. It's kind of been the theme tonight. Don't care. Looks like most of the snow is kind of starting to push east. It won't be long, and I think the farthest west extent is going to be the interstate here. It's really starting to move along now. Yeah, this is going to be about it for the snow here in a couple of minutes. Well, 20 minutes maybe. At least for here, because if you look at the radar loop off the La Crosse radar site, like the back end of it is really coming around quick. Jesus. Notice a lot of these trucks that are driving like this are company trucks. I haven't seen a single like owner operator truck. Kind of makes you think if maybe they just don't give a shit because it's a company truck kind of thing. Look at that, he nearly took that car out. What the hell is he doing? What the hell? He's just trying to merge back into the right lane. Did you see that? He like didn't even see there was a car there. What the frick? I don't know what the hell's going on here. It's freaking the Wild West out here today. There's a truck in the ditch. Probably one that passed us. That sucks. It's not a good place for it. It's not supposed to park there. Ah, he's been there a while. Oh, that's the left side of the road. All right, so we determined that. So this must be the middle, I think. got to be getting pretty close to the Dells, probably within about 5 miles, I would say, if I were to guess. Well, I'm officially sick of driving in this, I can tell you that. All right, well, we're really going to reverse the roles here. We're going to pass this semi. They have freaking Culver's down here, but I bet it's closed. I think they close at 10. And it's basically 10. Well, yeah, this road sucks now. I mean, there's quite a bit of snow. Like, you can actually feel it now. It's actually starting to pile up. Yeah, there must be some ice under this, which makes sense because it was raining. Because I'm sliding around a little bit now. Because it was raining when we came through here. It was raining pretty good, actually. Alright, we're just going to come down and take my foot and put the brakes on here, because I'm sliding pretty bad now. And this guy can F off. Did that whole thing with his high beams on, too. I'm honestly sliding pretty good here now. There's a lot of ice under this. But like I said, this was all rain when we came through here. So it makes sense that there's going to be some ice under this. I'm just nervous one of these guys' trailers are going to swing out from behind him here. I don't know. The deal is, these trucks are heavier, so you get better traction, but I don't know. Seems like lately so many of these CMVs are just freaking blowing your doors off all the damn time. And I'm not exactly a slow driver either, so I don't know. It's not my truck that gets in the accident, it's theirs, but it just amazes me how big of a hurry these guys are in. It used to be they were the most cautious, safest drivers on the road. Now it's the opposite, it seems like, which is sad. But there's a big influx of a lot of people getting CDLs that shouldn't. I mean, you got a lot of 21-year-old punk-ass kids that probably don't belong behind the wheel of a truck. That's nothing against 21-year-old kids. I'm just saying a lot of them, like you see at the truck stop, these punk kids get out of these trucks and they walk in and their pants are half on the ground and they got their phone so far up their nose it's coming out their rear end. It's like, God, you're driving a truck, huh? You could argue, oh, don't judge a book by its cover, and I agree with you, but holy smokes, like, just kind of letting anybody do it these days. It's finally starting to lighten up a little bit. You can actually see. Yeah, I don't have a problem with the younger generation. I have a problem with, like, I feel like there's two types of people under the age of 30. You've got your TikTok crowd, which I shouldn't call them TikTok crowd, but it's almost like they're living their life like it's a freaking TikTok video, like the bro mentality. And then you've got your like normal people. It's the like TikTok bro mentality people that I just can't interact with. Like I just don't. I feel like that I just can't handle that amount of brain rot. Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy my brain rot on TikTok. I mean, I grew up on Charlie the Unicorn. Is this the Culver's exit? I think so. Oh my God, I'm not going to make the exit. I am standing on the brake. Come on, I need the exit. I need my Culver's. Let's go. There we go. But, I mean, I grew up on Charlie the Unicorn, for Christ's sakes. Like, where we argued whether or not we were going with Charlie to the frickin', what was it, the Candy Mountain. I mean, I know brain rot. I totally get it. But holy shit, some of this stuff these days. You guys remember that that YouTube punk piece of crap? And I can say this, he was a piece of crap. That kid that got shot at the mall, he basically harasses people. You know, he does that man on the ground stuff, but it's basically harassment. Like, he gets in people's faces and, like, causes problems and shit. Like, literally gets in their faces and, like, won't leave their personal space, which probably technically is assault. I guess this was, what, 2 years ago? You guys remember that? He went up and wouldn't get out of somebody's face, and the guy pushed him off, and he, like, pushed him back and got back in his face, and the guy pulled out a gun and shot him. I get we shouldn't be shooting people, but at the same time, if somebody was like being violent, because you watched the video, the guy was being violent and arrogant and threatening. I don't know if I would have done anything different. Just being honest, guys, hate me all you want, but you tell someone to get out of your face and like you push them out of your face like 4 times, and then they get back in your face and they're like literally like breathing in your mouth. They're that close to you. I don't know. There's a point where it's like I can't feel bad for what happens. The guy was all right. I mean, I guess they helped him, but they got him to the hospital. But the guy didn't get charged. Well, he did, but it didn't stick. It got thrown out, which it should have, in my opinion. I mean, I get it. I don't want people getting shot either, but when you're threatening somebody and literally contacting their body and in their face, what's going to happen? And that's what this idiot YouTuber does. He basically goes around and does that. I forgot what his name is. But he goes around and does that for reactions and films it. And it's like, that's the kind of shit that I can't stand. And we're seeing that in storm chasing now. I mean, not like that, but we're seeing that bro mentality in storm chasing. And it's just like, oh, Christ. Here we go. So, I don't remember who he was. I'm sure somebody in the chat knows. I'm not looking at the chat right now, but that's the kind of stuff that it's like, that gives TikTok and social media a bad rap. Because there's a lot of good stuff on TikTok and YouTube. Like, if you follow the right people, there's actually like quality content. It's a stereotype that it's all garbage. It's really not, but a lot of it is. But have you seen the guy that does the RFK impressions? Like, that's quality brain rot. And Marcus the Worm. The Lizard. That's like wholesome quality brain rot. I put that up there with Charlie the Unicorn. Go to Candy Mountain. What other dumb shit did we have growing up? We had Charlie the Unicorn. There was other stuff too. What the hell else was there? Oh, there was those stupid stick figures. I can't remember what they were, but there was those stick figures that were always like, I don't even know how to describe it. There was those dumb things, and there was God, what the hell else did we have? We had You guys remember Nyan Cat, the Pop-Tart cat? I think it was Nyan Cat, but it was a Pop-Tart and it was a cat, and all it did was like travel through space with like that stupid song. You guys remember that? Know what I'm talking about? The Pop-Tart cat? Freaking, but do you guys remember like when we had we had tutorial videos. Like you could go on YouTube and search like how to get Microsoft Office for free, and it would be like a 13-year-old kid doing a tutorial video with like really crappy like Russian EDM dance music stuff. And instead of talking, they would type out in Notepad the instructions. It would be like, first you go to Pirate Bay, and then they would go in, type in Pirate Bay, and then they would open Notepad again, then they would type it in again. Like what to do. It's like, what the hell? I learned so much from those crappy tutorial videos, though. I swear to God, I got so much pirated software from them, too. I think Pirate Bay still survives. It's been shut down like 6 times, but it keeps coming back. All right, which direction is the Culvers? I think it's to the right, isn't it? Hello? It is, son of a bitch, it's right there. I wonder what time it closes. This is the Dells. It could be like 11 or something. Culvers near me. 12 a.m. Son of a gun. Unbelievable. Wow. All right, I'm going to go probably spend $30 at this Culver's because it's like $30 for a freaking, hamburger. It seems like it. It's ridiculous. Way too freaking expensive. Oh, but you're paying for the quality. Yeah, okay, whatever. Still doesn't change the fact that it's more money than I ever want to spend. I always bitch about it when I order here, too. Like, oh, we're going to Culver's? All right, well, I'm going to bitch about the price. Every time, too. And I think everybody does. It's just like a thing of going here, like that you have to bitch about the price. All right, I'm ordering. I don't know what I'm ordering.
Head east towards
God dang.
Hello, thank you for doing Culver's. Can I get a name for your order, please?
Yeah, it'll be for Tom.
Thank you. What can you make for you tonight?
Can I just get like a single Butterburger with Swiss cheese, but as a value basket?
Single Swiss cheese. Besides cheese, is there any other topping you would like to get on it?
No, but can I get cheese curds instead of fries?
Alright, cheese curds for the side. What would you like for the drink?
I'll just do a Coke.
Anything else for you, Tom?
No, that's it.
Alright, pizza food.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I'll tell you why it's for Tom in a minute. So I always tell him it's for Tom because anytime I say it's for Vince, they always say Bince with a B, and I'm not kidding you. Like, even at Arby's, they'll type in Bince with a B. Like, I thought it's a pretty common name, but if I say it's for Vince, oftentimes the other thing they think I say Ben. They're like, Ben, and I'm like, no, Vince. Ben? No, sounds nothing like it. So I just say it's for Tom every time. And then sometimes, like, if I'm at an Arby's or something, like, order for Tom, I forget that I told him it was Tom, and I stand there and look like an idiot. Like, I don't know why it's such a hard name. Like, I always try very particularly well to, like, enunciate it, and they still don't. Oh my God, that's not an Applebee's anymore. That dumpster across the street? What the hell is that? Not the IHOP, the place to the left of it. Permanently closed? What? Why did they close the Applebee's? The one in the like, this is a busy one. This was always a good one, too. What a dumpster. That sucks. I actually don't like Applebee's. It's just, I tolerate it because oftentimes, like, during storm season, it's the only thing that's open where you can actually sit down and get something to eat after 10 o'clock at night. So, I'm not a huge fan. I appreciate that they're open. And it's one of those things where it's like, when you have the choice between that and frickin' McDonald's, like I'll take the Applebee's, even if it's not that great. It used to be good before COVID. It was good, but then they chopped half their menu. Yeah, don't go to the one in Panama City Beach. They will give you a raw cheeseburger, and I mean a raw cheeseburger, like like not like rare, like it's not cooked, like it's cold in the middle. Cheeseburger. Ask me how I know. Hello, lady. I'm here. Hello. It's snowing in my truck. Open your window. Hello. Yeah, it was literally raw beef on a bun. It looked like they seared it for about 10 seconds on each side. They took the patty, slapped it on the grill or whatever, and I'm serious. Like, the outside was brown, but the inside was raw. Like, I put my finger in, it was raw. Howdy. Yep. Oh, Jesus. 12 minutes.
There you go.
All right, thanks.
You can wait right here at the window.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not kidding. We went there at, what was it, 11 o'clock at night? They had an hour and a half before close. And they brought it up. We waited, it had to be an hour. It was almost an hour we waited for food. And, like, everybody at the table ordered, like, cheeseburgers. Like, it was simple. And they finally bring it out, and we had to get to a hotel. It was a long day and going to be a long day the next day. And they bring out the cheeseburgers. And I'm not kidding. Like, I knew something was wrong because when I grabbed it to pick it up, like, it was mush. And I'm like, something's not right. So I cut it, and it was, like, pink. But it wasn't, like, rare. Like, it wasn't like they just didn't cook it very long. It was legitimately raw because I touched it with my finger, and it was, like, refrigerator cold. So, like, they slapped it on the grill and, like, flipped it once or twice to, like, sear it and brown it and then threw it on a bun. There's no way that thing was on the grill more than 60 seconds. Like, I'm dead serious. It was legitimately raw. I am not exaggerating. It was raw on the inside. Not rare, not medium rare, raw. Cold, refrigerator cold, not cooked. Like, you have to cook meat to 160 degrees or something like that. This was like 40 degrees. I'm not kidding. It was cold. Like, it came out of the fridge. Like, I was so pissed. And we couldn't have them remake it because it took them, 45 minutes to get us the first time. So, damn well it would have been another 45 minutes. So we just left. Just paid a lot. It was terrible. I was pissed.
Here you go.
All right, thanks a lot. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. I already said that, but that's fine. But it's just like, I couldn't believe it. I was pissed. Because it's one of those things where it's like, I feel like that's kind of carelessness, and that's actually dangerous too. Like, you actually, like, that's how people do get food poisoning, is by food not being cooked. Yeah, that was terrible. And what was funny is I posted about it on Twitter. And I'm not kidding. Within 3 or 4 hours of posting about it, somebody commented. They're like, yeah, I live in Panama City Beach. Don't ever go to that Applebee's. It's a piece of crap. And I was like, oh. So it wasn't just us. And, like, I got into a back and forth with this person. And they're like, oh, no. Like, they don't cook the food. They take forever. Like, it's terrible. We're going to go through the Dells for that a little bit quick. I'm like, oh, look at that. So it wasn't just me. And the server was, like, super, like, annoyed with us. Like, I think if I would have asked for another one, like, I think he might have told me to screw myself. Because I think at one point, we asked for, like, an ETA, and he got, like, pissy with it. Like, we were, like, the only ones in the damn restaurant, too. Yeah, so that was during Hurricane something. I'm sure Keenan knows what name it was, but that was during Hurricane whatever in 2024. It was like the day after. We were trying to pick up cameras because the people that were supposed to deploy and retrieve the cameras with us basically just didn't show up. So, like, we placed several cameras out, Keenan and I did, with the understanding we were going to have, like, 2 to 3 more vehicles, and nobody showed up. They weren't part of our organization, but they didn't show up, basically. So we were, like, running around nonstop picking this crap up, and we had to get him back to the airport the next day, and it was, like, 1 in the morning, and like nothing was open. So that's why I was so pissed off about that Applebee's, because I'm like, we literally have no other option. Like there's nothing. That was a hell of a night. I was so disappointed too. I was just like, God dang it! Like, I'm freaking hungry. But so the fries were okay. They were cold, but at least they were cooked. Dean, I don't even think there was a Taco Bell. It was either closed or something. I don't know, but something was going on, because I remember I looked at DoorDash and tried to get something on DoorDash, and there was literally nothing. Alright, well, this is the Dells. This all used to be family-owned stuff, with the exception of, like, the water parks. Like, this used to be a really cool place, and it still is. Like, there's some nice local attractions still, but, like, all these hotels and stuff, they're all just bought up. They're all owned by foreign companies. Like, literally, the holding companies for these hotels exist in other countries. Like, this place used to be a strip club down here. Well, first it was a bar. It was a really cool bar. Well, now it's indoor food trucks and bar. Interesting. But yeah, it used to be a strip club, briefly. This restaurant here is pretty good. That's like a Waffle House, but not a Waffle House. This House of Embers place is pretty good. As far as I know, this has been like the same owner for the past like 30 years. So that's cool. Yeah, if you go downtown, like, this is all the, like, tourist trap shit. But if you go downtown, like, in the actual Dells, like, this isn't even the Dells. I mean, this is, like, Lake Delton or whatever. But if you actually go downtown, it's like if you go back by the Culvers, instead of taking a right and going by the McDonald's, if we would have just went straight through that stoplight.
Next
like all the bars and restaurants and stuff, like that's all locally owned stuff. Like that stuff is still nice, but like all the tourist stuff is just kind of sucks. They took all like the fun out of it. They wanted to charge me $30 to park to go to that frickin' water park 2 summers ago with kids and shit. $30 to park. $30 to park.
Right, turn left onto I-90 alternate, I-94 alternate.
So you know what we did? I drove in the exit. I entered in the exit, and somebody's going to call me a piece of crap for this. And go ahead. Go ahead. You know what? It was crappy. I shouldn't have done it. I entered through the exit. And then I think we realized that they were putting parking passes on people's cars or something, and we would have got caught. So we ended up going across the street and parking in somebody else's customer-only parking, and then walked across the street. Because I wasn't paying $30 to park. That's ridiculous. Dinner show. Wow. A place on the right there with all the Christmas propaganda. Sorry, Christmas is great. But with all the Christmas shit, dinner show in big letters. I think that's just an excuse to charge like 3 times as much for a chicken strip basket. Dinner show. Wow. Oh, Jesus Christ, what a stupid question that oh my God. So we got somebody that got caught in the filter, but somebody asked me if I'd ever been to a strip club, because I mentioned it earlier. No, and I don't really need to. I don't really understand the novelty of that. So there, you got a reaction. So I honestly don't get it. So you want me to pay? Like, you want me to pay to go watch some chick take her shirt off? Like, people go on freaking Tinder and shit all the time and get the same thing for free. Like, I don't understand how it's a sustainable business model. Like, you gotta be desperate, man. I'm sorry. Hey, green light. What the hell's your problem? Why is that guy staring at me? It's crazy. I'm gonna have to go ask him what his problem is. Alright, I need the interstate. Alright, well, that was our detour. We usually do that once or twice a year, it seems like. God dang, these cheese curds suck. They all, like, exploded or something. Some of you guys remember when I told you the story a few weeks ago about when we went to the Hooters on the high school field trip.
Head southwest toward I-90 east, I-94 east.
If you missed it,
Merge on I-90 east, I-94 east.
it was my business class, and it was our last year of high school, and the business teacher did not give an F at all. And he wasn't like a shitty teacher. He just like, he's kind of like me, where it's like a realist, like, you know, hey, you know, you either suck at life or you don't kind of thing. Didn't really want to bother anybody. And he justified taking me and the other person, there was 2 people in the whole class, justified taking me and him on an all-day field trip to the mall in Madison, the one on the east side, the better one, by pawning it off as basically saying that it was a marketing experiment or something. It was close to Christmas, and I think he wanted to do his Christmas shopping, and that's because that's what he did at the mall. And then we went and screwed off for about 6 hours. But we were there's a Hooters right by the mall, and we were leaving, and he's like, "Well, we need to get something to eat." And the other kid in the class was like, "Why don't we just go to Hooters? They got good chicken." And we all kind of looked at each other, and me and the teacher, we were like, "Oh, okay, sure, whatever." And we pull into Hooters, and there wasn't a single parking spot. And we're like, "Yeah, we're not dealing with this." And then we went to McDonald's or something. So yeah, that was the time we almost went to Hooters on a class field trip, because apparently they have good chicken. Never been there. Been to the parking lot. It's just barely snowing now. Oh yeah, our school administration sucked. So I'm sure they would have been pleased. Seriously, they were terrible. Principal was an awful, evil person, I think. Teachers were fine. The admin sucked. The school board was even worse. I'm telling you, it's like she tried to throw the damn principal through a fit because I was parking in teacher parking. It wasn't teacher parking. It was the goddamn public street. It was anybody can park there. And she just thought that that's because it was close to the building that it was teacher parking. And she's like, well, that's for the teachers. And I'm like, it's the street. Why in the hell would I park in the parking lot like a half mile away and have to walk through the cold and shit in the winter when I can just park on the curb right here legally where the adults park because they have a brain? And she was like, well, it's not the right thing to do. And I'm like, well, then I guess you need to make it a no parking zone. I don't know what the hell to tell you. She didn't like that. I'm just like, well, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to park in the freaking parking lot a half mile away when there's a damn curb right there 2 feet from the door to park on. Are you kidding me? Just because it's legal doesn't mean it's right, Vince. Yeah, okay, Tracy. Or whatever the hell your name was. Like, I don't really give a shit. Like, I'm sorry. I have a registered vehicle with a license plate and a driver's license. I can park on the curb. Like, I'm sorry that it bothers you. Like, I don't know what to tell you. She still runs that dump. Yeah, we had a, speaking of the parking and the doctor comment, when I was at the ambulance service, one of them, the one that didn't suck at first, we had a no parking zone in front of the ambulance bays. Like, on the opposite side of the street, it was no parking, so that people wouldn't park there and we could, like, back the vehicles in and out without hitting anybody. Well, we would just all, like, if we rolled in our personal vehicles, we would oftentimes just park there. Like, it was adjacent to our lot, and it was next to a vacant lot, and it was made no parking to assist EMS in getting the ambulances in and out of the doors, or the bays. But we would just park there, and obviously the cops aren't going to write a ticket for that, because, like, we are the reason it's no parking. Like, it's basically our parking, you know, essentially. And we had a campus cop, frickin' Carla. She was campus police, not campus security, campus police. And no, you don't. I thought they were security. I didn't realize they were actual cops. But I called her campus security once, and oh my god, she about had a frickin' canary. So we had, like, it was either a major accident or it was like CPR in progress. We had some big, like, major accident or something happening. And I pull in, get in the ambulance. I pull it out. I'm trying to grab my shit, throw it in there. Carla rolls up. Whose fucking car is that parked in the no parking? And I'm like, it's mine. It's fine. You can't park there. You've got to move it. And I'm just like, Carla, we got to go. She's like, you're going to get a ticket. Move your car. And I'm just like, are we on? I will never forget. I said, are we on campus? No, but the police department will ticket and tow you. And I said, well, they're going to have to ticket and tow me later. Like, shut the fuck up and get in the damn car. Like, I'm sorry. She was a pain in the ass. I'm like, you are why people don't like you, and this is why. Like, and she made such a big deal about this, and like, it's like, okay, Carla, like, I'm sorry for parking in our no parking zone when there's like an actual person dying right now. I'll go move my car. Like, what the like, god dang it. She was such a pain in the ass. She still works there, Matt? Oh, Jesus Christ, give me a break. Matt used to live there. Yeah, I thought they were campus security because, like, I didn't know that campus police were a thing. Like, I'm not from a big area. And I'll never forget, like, the day that I met her, somebody was like, oh, yeah, she's, like, campus police or something. I'm like, oh, campus security or whatever. And, like, nobody corrected me. Probably on purpose. And, the first time that I had to, like, deal with her, I said something like, well, aren't you, like, campus security or something? I am campus police. There's a huge difference. We have firearms and blah, 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 blah. I'm just like, oh, okay. Like, oh, Jesus. She was telling me that You know, they were doing these like traffic details on campus, which was like 2 intersections worth. Like, there really wasn't anything. That's a pretty small place, but they were doing a traffic detail about coming to a complete stop. And we're coming through there with the damn ambulance. And I rolled the stop sign at 11 o'clock at night. Nobody around, 4-way stop. Going to a quote-unquote emergency, and I roll the stop sign. No lights on, but why have the... Don't wake everybody up. No cars on the road. So I roll the stop sign at like 10 miles an hour. She smacks the dashboard so hard, I thought she was going to set the airbag off. She looks at me. If there's a police officer around here, you are getting ticketed for that. We are doing a traffic detail about rolling stop signs, and I'm not going to back you up on this. If somebody saw that, you are getting a ticket. And I'm just like, okay, well, I guess they'll have to pull me over. I don't see no lights on. Just, they are watching. There's cameras. I'm just like, okay. All right. Cool. I never got a ticket. Just like, you are, goddamn. Like, Paul Blart Mall Cop gets a freaking blue light. God dang it, man. She was just so mean. It's mean to everybody. Yeah, man, I don't know how she didn't get canned either. Does Matt, does the old lady dispatcher still work at the police department? What the hell was her name? Janet? Does Janet still work there? Nobody liked Janet. I kind of like Janet, but... Oh, she does the reception at the hospital. Oh, God. Yeah, she was very pleasant in the mornings, but it was kind of embarrassing to be, like, standing in the McDonald's or something, and frickin' pager goes off. Hi! Good morning, everybody! Yeah, thanks. I will never forget the time. I was still driving in to work. Because what was shift? Well, frick, you probably know. What was shift? Shift change was what, 6 or 7? I don't even remember. I think it was 6. Maybe it was 7. I don't know. I'd be driving in at shift change, and I was running a little bit late because it was icy. And she did the pager test early because it was icy, and I thought, oh shit, here we go. Now I'm freaking screwed because I'm 20 minutes away and I'm 20 miles an hour here. Good morning. Today's crew is Connie and Vince, and it's very icy out, very icy, so please be careful when you step outside. You don't want to trip and fall. Just like, oh my God. Yep, let's broadcast that to the world. Like, what the frick? Like, what the fuck is this shit? Yeah, she got really mad at me once. We had a call up in, was it Arthur or whatever? I felt so bad because this lady, she called for shortness of breath and she was fine, and we get her in the back of the ambulance and she just shits the bed. She just dies. I'm like, oh, great. And the radios didn't work up there very well because that repeater is on the water tower and it just don't work very well outside of town. And I could not get, because I'm trying to do CPR on this lady, and I couldn't get to the damn radio in the back of the truck. Like, I couldn't reach the mic, so I grabbed my portable, and I'm just like, I don't know if you can hear us, but we need another ambulance or somebody, because we're doing CPR on this lady. No response. And I said, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but if you can, you know, because I could, you know, sometimes, you know, anybody that knows anything about radio, sometimes you know, depending on where, this repeater's at or whatever, like, they might be able to hear you, you might not be able to hear them. And I'm just like, so I said it again just in case. The response was, I know, I'm busy. And I'm just like, oh, for Christ's sakes. And it was her. And we get to the hospital, and I called her to get the times. And I said, I apologize for snapping at you. I said, but I wasn't snapping at you. I didn't know if you could hear us or not, and I didn't know if I couldn't hear you. So I wanted to say it again to make sure we had help coming. She's like, we are very busy. I dispatch for the police and the fire department too. I have a lot of people in here that rely on me for safety. And I'm just like, I understand that. I said, but the way that the radios work, they don't work very well up there. And I couldn't get to the radio in the back of the ambulance. So I wanted to make sure you heard me. I said, I wasn't, I'm like, I wasn't crappy. I said, I didn't want you to take offense to that. And she was just lecturing me. And I'm just like, oh, for God's sakes, lady. Like, all you had to say was okay. God damn. I don't know. I kind of got a kick out of her, though. Yeah, they switched to P25 right after I started there, I think. The P25 stuff never worked very well. They had all the radios in the ambulances were those Kenwoods, and whoever programmed them, I think it was like Poynton out of Baraboo or somebody, but it was somebody from north of Madison that did all the radios or whatever, and they had the squelch turned up so damn high that the P25, you could, like the second you got out of town, it was crap. And all of our portables were, well, we had XDS 1500s, and then we had some of those ICOMs. The ICOMs were fine, but the Motorola's, they had the squelch turned up so damn high on those too, you couldn't. It's just pretty much worthless. Like, that's why everybody just supplied their own, and they password protected all the code plugs. It was so stupid. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they were running P25 either, because the repeater, and as far as I'm concerned, it still is mixed mode. Because we had, we could change the channel in the radios and switch it to analog. I mean, we had analog in there still. I don't know what the switch to P25 was for. I really don't, because it worked better when it was analog. So, but the damn repeater didn't work in the hospital. I think they put a small BDA or something in the hospital, but the damn repeater barely worked in the hospital, and it's right across the damn street. And the pagers didn't work for shit in the hospital either. Like, when we switched over to the hospital, and we were running out of the emergency room there for a while, before the new building and everything, we were missing calls. Like, we weren't answering, and they would call the emergency room desk and be like, did they get the call? And it's like, what are you talking about? Because the pagers didn't work for shit, and the radios didn't work for shit. Like, if you were sitting in a certain spot and, like, had the antenna, like, at a 45-degree angle, it worked fine, but, like, that hospital just blocked RF, like, completely. And, like, my phone didn't work for shit in there, so, like, if they tried to call your cell phone, it didn't ring half the time. I tell you what, that whole service was so great before the hospital took it over, and they kind of screwed it. Like, it was so great. Like, you had some of the most dedicated people there, and then they just kind of screwed it. Yeah, I like P25. I'm a fan of it. I just don't like when people don't set it up properly. Like, you can't set the squelch at 15 out of 15 and expect it to work. Especially P25, where, like Dean said, it's either there or it's not. You really could lower it. So I think the fire department was still on analog, I think. And then they had this dumb crap with the police department, which made no sense, where the police department dispatch was encrypted, but the cops weren't. No, it was the other way around. Dispatch was clear, but the mobiles and the portables were encrypted, which made no sense to me. Like, just encrypt it all if you're going to do that. But some of us had the encryption key in our radios, because the only radios we had that would actually do encryption were the XTS 1500s or the 2500s, whatever they were. So only some of us had the encryption key in there, which was kind of stupid too. 'Cause it's like, well, you know what the cops are doing if you're working with so and so, but not if you're working with the other one. There was only like 4 of us that actually had it, but I tried so damn hard to extract that code out of there. Like, there's just no way to do it without the right keyloader. But like, so many of us tried so hard. We're like, God damn, like we could just clone the damn radio or something. Because like nobody knew anything about it. Because like even the service directors, like I have no idea why this isn't like in everybody's radios. This makes no sense. But some of them had it, some of them didn't. Because like the ICOMs wouldn't do encryption at all. Like Kenwood certainly wouldn't. Yeah, the system they put up in Greene County a couple of years ago is really good. So the guy that was in charge of that is Rich. I forgot his last name, but he's a ham. He's KC9FNM. He owns that 145.37 repeater up in Madison. But he was in charge of that whole system, basically. It works really well. So we have a P25 simulcast system now. We used to have an analog system. It was not simulcast, but it had many receive sites. So we had one transmitter, but the transmitter was up in the northwest part of the county, so it wasn't balanced coverage at all. It didn't make much sense, but we had receive sites all over it. So at least if you yelled for help, somebody would hear it. But now it's every receive site is also a transmitter site, and it's all simulcast. It's a really nice system. It's multiple sites for the paging channel too. So instead of just one transmitter, they're using all 6 for the pagers. So now pagers actually work. And they finally put a PL tone on the pager channel, because before there was no PL tone. And there's a neighboring, there's a hospital about 30 miles away that does telemetry on the same frequency, because our paging frequency is 163.250, which is really weird because it's really high. I have no idea why it's so high. Like, I thought that was like government, like federal allocation, but apparently not. But there's like a hospital using it for tele, and you pick them up on the pagers, which was a problem all the time. So they finally put a PL on it, finally. So you can actually listen to it on a radio with a good antenna and not have to turn it off. So, but yeah, they did a nice job with that. I think everybody's pretty happy with it. The Dane-Com system kind of sucks. Dane County used to have which is Madison, used to have such a nice wideband system. They actually had a waiver to continue operating wideband after the narrowband thing happened, because they were putting a new trunking system in place like prior to 2018. So they actually got a waiver to run for like 4 or 5 years on wideband, and it was awesome. That system worked so good. And now it kind of sucks. The trunking system, like, it works good, but the problem is it's VHF trunking, and I don't think VHF trunking is good for our terrain, because we have a lot of trees and stuff. Like 800 is probably better. UHF would have been okay too, but there's a lot of people that are griping about it, because again, you have the problem of the people that set it up didn't really, probably don't fully understand the radio programming. The squelch is set so damn high. Like, I've known, because I've programmed some of these radios and stuff for people, personal radios. They bring me the radio and they've got a channel ID, or a unit or a radio ID. They're volunteers or whatever, and they talk to the system admin, and they give out, if you're a volunteer or whatever and you buy your own radio, you just contact the system admin and they just hand out an ID and they tell you you're on your own. So, we would do that, and I would read some of these radios, and they've got, the squelch and everything is set so damn high. Some of them were missing control channels and everything. It's like, this is screwed up, but it doesn't cover what it should. So the paging channel now, the problem is Dane County pages a lot of fire departments that are not in their county. So they dispatch for a lot of these neighboring fire departments, like not Milton, is it Lakeside, which is Edgerton. There's that one. There's Brooklyn, and then there's is it Reedsburg? There's somebody up there that's on the border with Sauk. And then they page. Well, they can page New Glarus. Typically don't, but I know New Glarus has dual channel pagers for that. But there's like 4 or 5 like bordering fire departments that they page for that actually aren't in their county and dispatch for, which I never understood. But whatever. Some rhyme or reason to it from a long time ago. But a lot of these departments, their members live well outside of the county. The pagers don't work. You used to be able, all the way down in Monroe or Janesville, you used to be able to have a pager and it would go off for Dane County. Now, if you're 5 miles outside, it don't work for shit. It's just narrow banded. They lowered the power on the paging channels, and instead of they don't simulcast on all their sites. They used to simulcast it on like 6 sites. Now they only simulcast on 4. I don't know why, but it's not as good as it was. And the trunking system's okay, but they've been griping about for the past several years. Like, people are having to hit the emergency button to get a channel. Like, it'll get so busy, especially during the winter with the highway crews, because there's only 9 channels. There's only 9 channel pairs, so you can only have 9 people talking at once across 32 channels or whatever. That's not much, especially a busy place like that. People are having to hit the emergency button to get a channel. And like, that's what they've been told to do. Like, if you're trying to, state you're on scene or get information and you need to get through, like, and it's not giving you a permit tone, you have to just hit the emergency button, which is kind of stupid. But they're trying to switch everybody to phase 2, which will double that, so you can have 18 people, because it allows 2 simultaneous on the same channel pair. But none of these small departments have phase 2 P25 radios. They're all phase 1. They're all these older Kenwoods or the older like XTS 5000s and shit. Or Apex radios that aren't flashed for it. And these departments went and bought a lot of these phase 1 radios when they switched over to Danecom like 10 years ago. Well, they just spent $60,000 per department on used radios. Do you think they want to go spend another $80,000? So I don't think they're going to go phase 2 anytime soon. They don't even have the law enforcement switched over to phase 2. I have never seen any of their talk groups actually go into phase 2. It's capable, but I've never seen any of them go into phase 2. But what confuses me, they've got this fancy trunk system, but then they've got 2 repeaters. They've got 2 repeaters that are actually different sites. So there's each repeater, there's 4 locations. There's northwest, southwest, northeast, and southeast part of the county. And they're on, one of them is 172.1, which is super, super high. That's like as high as, or 171.2 or something. That's like, you're not going any higher than that. And then the other one's on like 165.4, something weird like that. There's 2 of them, and that's what they're using for like IDLH, or like immediate threat, death, life, and harm, or whatever. Instant, like an actual structure fire or active shooter or something. They're using these analog repeaters. So they built the trunk system and told everybody to go get trunking radios for interoperability. But then they go and put up analog repeaters and say, in an actual emergency, like a legitimate life, death, IDLH, whatever the hell it is, freaking code red, we're all going to die. In a legitimate emergency, we're all going to throw away the trunk system and we're going to go to the analog system. But it's not simulcast. So they have to manually turn on the repeaters from the dispatcher. They have to manually turn it on. So like, for example, like Stoughton, if they've got a working, like a legitimate structure fire, they have to request the repeater get turned on. Then they turn on the repeater. And then they hope to God that they're within range of it. So you now have people in a building not using a fire ground channel, because that doesn't make sense. Now they're using a repeater 10 miles away that's analog and is at like 80 feet on a water tower. And that's not the fire department's fault, because the fire department's bitch and bitch and bitch about this. And I pick on Stoughton because I live near Stoughton, but Stoughton was ground zero for the bitching, because the trunk system like does not work in their city at all. So when the trunking system went into place, they actually opted out of the trunking system. So they actually put up their own analog repeater on the water tower because it's working better than the trunking site on the water tower. Like, they said, screw this, and they put up an analog repeater for the fire department and a P25 repeater for the police, and said, screw you, we're doing it ourselves. And because they were the ones that actually like stood up at the meeting. It was that fire department that stood up at the meetings and were like, because I was at some of these meetings, because this is when I was in Greene County and I was on like this radio advisory committee or whatever, because we were going to try to implement something similar in Greene County, and then I got off of that, whatever. But, I was at a couple of these meetings, and they were just like, this isn't going to work. Like, it doesn't work for us. Like, we were in the testing phase. Like, we can't use this. And it was like, oh, well, maybe you should, try a different radio. And it's like, it doesn't, signal is signal. But Wisconsin's got this really screwed up interoperability system. We got this MABUS system. It's like mutual aid box, whatever system. It works, but nobody follows it. Like, the whole point is we've got one, it's VFire 21. Everybody around here calls it IFERN. It's like Interoperable Frequency Emergency Radio Network or some shit. It's VFire 21. If you look at the nationwide plan, it's just VFire 21. But the 154, 265 or whatever. And the whole intention is, if there's a mutual aid request where you're requesting like 5 freaking departments from all over, everybody switches to the same frequency, everybody's on it. But nobody ever does. So you've got people coming in, like nobody ever talks to each other, even though they've got the ability to. But then we've got these MARC repeaters that they're using for the helicopters, which makes no sense to me. You've got a helicopter that's 5,000 feet up in the air. They can talk to whoever the hell they want, with a walkie-talkie, let alone a 100-watt radio. So they're using, every county has a MARC repeater, which is like 150, no. It's like, it sounds like 154 or something, and whatever. But they have to turn those repeaters on too. It's like, if you've got a helicopter incident, you want to talk to the helicopter, you have to get the nearest MARC repeater turned on, which is like mutual aid radio coordination or some shit. It's like, which is, I think, VFire 23 or something, I don't know. But you have to get the repeater turned on. Well, what's fantastic is when a county forgets to turn off a repeater, and now you've got, basically, you're keying up like the helicopter's keying up like 6 repeaters across the whole fucking state at once, and it's a mess, and then people bitch. Like, it's not the fire department's fault. It's like whoever has come up with this shit, like, they don't provide any training for these like dispatchers and stuff, and it's a nightmare. Like, our system is so screwed. Like, it's confusing, honestly. Like, in the southern part of the state, they do a really good job with it, but like northern Illinois, they do this MABUS program too. And they'll start like switching everybody over to these MABUS channels before it's like an actual like MABUS mutual aid call, and they just tie the channels up, like they tie everything up. I don't know. We have a really weird radio is weird out here. Yeah, so Patrick, what I thought was interesting, out in California, and I witnessed this, they're still using a lot of those low band channels. Texas is too. So the Texas troopers are actually on low band more than they're on VHF. Yeah, Illinois uses the shit out of iSPERN. We've got WISPERN up here, which is iSPERN with a W. Same thing. There was a shit ton of storm chasers a while back that were using Natsar. Like 151, 265 or something, I don't know. No, 153, 700, I don't know. But there was a bunch of chasers that were using Natsar, which don't get me wrong, like, I've got Natsar in every radio I've got here. Nobody uses it. But I was scanning, there was honest to God, I think it was a damn tour group. But I'm just like, this was a couple years ago, there's a bunch of these guys using Natsar, and I'm just like, what the frick are you doing? Like, nobody, I don't think anybody scans it. That was never in any of our radios on any of the ambulance or fire departments I ever worked at, ever. Ever. My guess is like some chasers were like, oh, this is the national search and rescue thing. I'm search and rescue. I don't know, probably something like that. Yeah, we've got a lot of departments using Motorola Wave now up here that are tied in, but dude, I tried so hard to get Wave to work. I invested a lot of money in Wave. It doesn't work right. Like, it's not a system issue, it's a hardware issue. Like, the PTT radios are junk. It's like they just miss calls. Like, I could have two of them sitting right next to each other, or three of them, and I key up one of them, and the other two, one of them will get the call and the other one won't. And you talk to Motorola and they're like, oh, it's probably a signal issue. I'm like, it's not. It happens all the time, everywhere. It's like the radio goes to sleep and it doesn't wake up. And that's what I was telling him. I'm like, is there like a sleep setting in this firmware or something? I'm like, you really need to talk to one of your technical engineers, because I really think there's a legitimate problem with like the firmware in these. Oh, we'll pass it along. And I'm like, no, I'm not trying to be an asshole. Like, I honest to God think you have a problem that you could probably fix. It's like, but it's also, they run Android 10. So it's internally, and it's like, either that or maybe it's just like they're filling up with RAM. Like, I don't know. It just, no matter how many times you reboot them, and it was getting irritating to the point where it's like, hey, there's a tornado on the ground. I need some help over here. And it's like, and nobody gets the damn call, and you don't know if it goes through. It sucks because the hardware was great. Those radios were great. But now we're stuck on ES chat because honestly, it's the only thing that works good on those Sonums. I can't get Zello to work good on those Sonums. Like, Zello for work, the business Zello works pretty good overall, but I can't get it to work on those Sonums. Like, it just doesn't work good enough for me because the entire screen is the PTT button. So if you want to go change the damn channel, you got to be a rocket scientist to like use the pad and go up there and go into the menu, and you don't see the entire text because the screen's so small. Like, they didn't format it right for those little screens. And ES chat is fine, but it's just, I don't know, it's a pain in the ass. Like, it's just stupid. We just need to come up with our own PTT service at this point. There is another company out there that's kind of legit. It's that Peak PTT. They're kind of like the Wave competitor. They're good. They sent me some demo units. I tried them. I just couldn't adopt them because they don't really have a smartphone platform. Like, they do, but it's tied to one channel. Like, that app, like when you install that app on your phone, it's married to one channel and one channel only. Like, it's a system limitation, and I think they do it so that people aren't just putting it on their own devices. But I'm like, so you're telling me I can't scan or monitor or even change talk groups on a phone? And they're like, no. I'm like, well, that's a problem because most staff can have a radio, but every now, like, you're going to have people that you need to give access to quickly, or it doesn't make sense to send them a physical radio, whatever, and you're marrying it to one channel or one talk group. No exceptions for $20 a month. I'm like, that's kind of stupid. But yeah, rapid radios. I wanted rapid radios to be good, but they're so scummy, like, and they're scammy. Those radios, the rapid radios that they're selling for $200 a pop, go on AliExpress. It's a Zello radio that comes with like blank firmware on it. They're $39.99 on AliExpress. The same thing. Like they're just loading something onto it. I don't know. I think they're loading global PTT on it, I think. But I don't know. I can't imagine that they actually work that well because they're really cheap, junky pieces of equipment. I mean, they have multi-carrier SIMs in them, which makes sense. But I can put a multi-carrier SIM in anything, so. Holy shit. There's that Tango Tango service too that does PTT and all that, but I don't know. I might demo them and see if I can demo them at some point, but I don't know. ES chat's fine. It's just the problem is it's not easy to deploy. Like if you want to give somebody access real quick right away, like it's kind of a pain in the ass because the activation codes expire and I don't know. What's Verizon PTT like? What actually is it? Is it just Kodiak or something? I know a lot of those were just rebranded ES Chat. I know like the T-Mobile PTT I think was ES Chat. But with Verizon PTT, do I have to be on Verizon? Because what sucks is Verizon doesn't work anywhere near my house. Which sucks. But I guess the nice thing is with like the PTT services, like they don't require as much data. So I mean, like as long as you have a signal, I guess it works. Oh, it is Kodiak, yeah. Because like Zello works, it just doesn't work on the devices. Like, because I've got some of those flip phones with the PTTs, and then I've got like the Sonam bar phones, like with the keypad and everything. Just because it's rugged, like I don't want to use something with a touchscreen because you can't use that with wet hands and shit. So I don't know, but I'm gonna put just for the hell of it, I'm gonna put up a small repeater at our HQ, I guess, and tie it into the radios or something for the hell of it. I don't know. I thought about putting up a small DMR repeater, like commercial band DMR repeater, and tying that in. I know Wave works well with DMR, but Wave kind of sucks. Maybe we really do just need to develop our own app, I don't know, PTT service. I can't imagine it would be that terribly hard. The problem would be making it actually work on multiple devices. Because I think that's the problem. So many of these people that run these PTT services, like they don't actually understand how they're going to be used. They just think that it's push a button and talk. Like they don't think about the little things that matter when you're actually using it. Yeah, I might look at Verizon PTT then. I don't know, just something. Because I have a lot of Verizon branded phones, like Verizon branded Sonams and shit. I think they have the app on there already. Yeah, I have a DMR repeater. It's like, was it an XPR 83 something or whatever? It's not up. I have it. I inherited it, but when Eric shit the bed, but I think it's 25 watts. I mean, it ain't that great, but I mean, if I could get a decent antenna at 40 feet on top of the building on a tripod, I mean, it ain't going to cover much, but it would at least cover town. Like I said, Verizon doesn't work for shit here, And honestly, really neither does AT&T. We have so many cellular dead zones that honestly it would be easier for me to put a DMR radio in the car, even a portable, and use it around town than use the freaking LTE. Matt, the Madison repeater usually covers pretty good. That Madison repeater covers better than the Janesville one does. But they used to have a repeater over there in Barneveld, and I don't know what happened to it. It's been down for like 10 years, but it used to cover very well. There used to be a repeater in Blue Mountains too that people would use for weather. It was 147.225, and that took a dump too. That was like up on top of the ridge or something. That thing covered half the damn state. Yeah, US Cellular is T-Mobile now. They got bought. Yeah, I used to work for US Cellular a long time ago. Yeah, Nextel in our county, we used to have there was a contract with the city. All like the city services were on Nextel. I mean, the cops, they had radios, but pretty much everything was on Nextel. Like, people would rarely use the actual radio. And that was a long time ago, and we had one Sprint tower, and it was like the only Sprint tower in the area at all. Like, you couldn't even roam. But it was in town, and they put it up because the Nextel contract or whatever for the city, so they put up a site on the tower, and it might not have even been Sprint. They might have just been leasing it, but either way, I mean, so you had Sprint coverage in town, but you got 10 feet outside of town, it went away. But I don't know. Done a lot of stupid radio shit in my ears, that's for sure. Yeah, since we were trashing ham radio operators earlier. Yeah, the repeaters that I used to have in Wisconsin, I had, they were linked through All-Star. Oh my fucking god. I'm doing 60, and it's slushy as hell. But that was back when All-Star was big, because like there was Echolink, and then Yaesu had just came out with like that wires system, which was weird, but DMR wasn't really a thing. But it was All-Star, which was like a phone network that got modified to work for repeater linking, and it worked actually pretty well. But we had that thing linked like to a bunch of stuff all over the place. It was pretty cool. But the site that it was at wasn't very good. It was on a building north of town, a county building on the roof. And I had it on a mast pipe. It was on like a 20-foot mast that I ran some guy wires to. So it was, and the building was probably 30, 40 feet. So it was probably like 60 to 70 feet. So it wasn't good. But it was up on a hill, so it actually worked fairly decent. But then another group came along with a better tower site, and I'm like, here, you can just take the equipment. I don't give a shit. Like, it does better than here than there, so. And then we had this lunatic ham radio operator he owned a tower on the north side of town, like a private tower, 200-foot tower. Or no, he rented it. He rented it from a guy, and then he sublet shit to people. And we had a GMRS repeater on it. Well, 3 months, we put the GMRS repeater up there, and he was going to charge us $75 a month. And that included electric and all that. And I'm like, well, that's fair. And we had the antenna at the top. It was at 200 feet. That thing covered, and it was up on top of the, Matt, you probably know what I'm talking about. It was up there by the Pleasant View thing. It was up there on N. It was right behind Pleasant View, and it worked really well. Tower's not there no more, and I'll get to that in a minute. This guy's a lunatic. And we had the stuff on that tower. This was 11, 12 years ago. I was right out of high school. Me and another guy owned it. And, well, he sent me an eviction notice evicting me from the tower, even though we had a 1-year lease. And I'm like, what the fuck, Brian? And he's like, well, you obviously misunderstood the paperwork because you're supposed to pay me like $1,200. And I'm like, for what? And he's like, for the year. And I'm like, no, it says paid monthly on or before the 1st. Oh, yeah, that was for something else. You have to pay me yearly. I'm like, that's not how a contract works. So he went up there and unplugged our shit. Well, I went out there the next day, and the guy who actually owned the tower was out there, like, screwing around with his cars or something. And I was like, hey, do you know what's going on with this guy? And he goes, nope, but I tell you what, I've about had it with him. And where's your shit? And I'm like, well, it's in the little building at the bottom of the tower. And he's like, all right, well, that's my building and it's my property. Come with me. And he took a bolt cutters, he cut the padlock, and he goes, well, which plug is yours? I'm like, well, that one. He's like, plug it in. And I was like, okay. And he goes, and I'm going to call Brian and let him know that if I ever see him again out here, I'm calling the cops. And I'm like, what the hell? And he's like, I've trespassed him off of this property like 3 times. I'm just like, what? He leased this to me. And he's like, yeah, you and a bunch of other people. Like, he's a freaking idiot. And I'm like, well, okay. So I kept my shit there. And I told the guy, the farmer or whatever that owned it, I was like, well, I'll happily rent the space from you. Like, come up with a rate, whatever. And he was like, yeah, that's fine. So I got the shit plugged back in. Well, a couple days later, the repeater wasn't working. And I'm like, oh, boy. Well, I go out there and talk to the landowner, and he says, well, there was a bunch of police here. And all the shit got taken from the tower. He's like, there's nothing in there anymore. I'm like, you've got to be shitting me. Somebody went in there, burglarized it, and cleaned it out. Took my shit, took his shit, everybody's shit. And I think it was the guy who was falsely leasing me this tower because I think he did it for an insurance claim. Because I understand copper thieves and stuff, but we had a 6-foot tall rack, like server rack. Burglars and people don't spend time to take a 6-foot tall server rack, 2 of them, full of 700 pounds of radio equipment. They might try to take the shit off of it, and then to leave. Like, there was a whole spool of copper ground wire. There's probably a 100-foot spool of, like, thick copper ground wire spooled up. They didn't take that. Like, well, you're pretty shitty criminals. I think the guy took it for an insurance claim. Honestly. So that was the end of that. Then the landowner got pissed off and cut the guy wires on the tower and took the tower down like a week later. Not shitting you. But what was funny is, fast forward, I'm working at the cell phone place, and here walks in old man here that was falsely leasing me space on the tower. He didn't recognize me because I had a hat on. I always wore a hat when I was at work. I just did. And he's passing the girl that I was working with a false ID. It was a fake ID, and I pulled her aside. I'm like, I know who that is. It's a fake ID. So anyway, came up with a bullshit excuse not to service him. And as soon as he left, we called U.S. Cellular, and we were like, we can positively say this guy gave us a false ID. We know who he is, whatever. And they flagged his account for fraud and shut it down. And then he didn't have no phone service. Aw, poor guy. So I got my fucking karma. Yeah, that guy was all sorts of shady shit. Carrie, I wonder who that dude is, because there's a guy out there with a ham radio call sign that's got a weather balloon receiving station on one of the public maps, and it doesn't work. But he's between me and you. Because I was looking at it, I'm like, this guy never picks up my weather balloons. I wonder what's up. His stuff must not work. But it's probably the same guy. Because he's right between me and you, it looks like. But I'm going to put something up in Stoughton on top of the building or something. I don't necessarily want to cover a large area, but I would like to service town just to connect our shit to, because our LTE here sucks. Plus I have the shit sitting here, so you might as well. And when you're doing a building top antenna, I mean, you only need like 40 feet of hard line. It ain't a big deal, so it's not like you're climbing a tower. I mean, that's the thing, especially with these UHF small 25-watt repeaters. I mean, that's not going to cover much, but you'll cover town, and that's plenty. Matt, there is a good group in Greene County, though. Like, they are a good group. It's a bunch of older guys, but they're not, like, dumb. Like, they're, I don't know, like, they're actual functioning adults. Like, they're not wishy-washy like some of these groups. I know the Monroe repeater's fixed. I don't know if you can get that up there or not now, but it was for like a year there was a major antenna problem. But that got fixed. Because that repeater is actually really, really good. I mean, it's at 300 feet, but it's up on that hill south of town, and that thing covers very well. I mean, I can get on that thing with a frickin' Baofeng in my driveway, for shit's sakes. Because I'm just east of you off of 92. I mean, I'm not far from you at all. I'll get lunch with you one of these days. I gotta be home for more than 6 seconds here one of these days. Yeah, I used to do a lot with the guys in Monroe. I'm never home anymore. Like, I think I'm still listed as the assistant emergency coordinator on the paperwork too, and I haven't been to a meeting for 2 years. Because for a while there, I don't even know if Chuck is still in charge of it, but he was trying to get me. He's like, well, you would be a good EC. And I'm like, dude, I'm never home. He's like, well, I don't want to do it anymore. And I'm like, well, it ain't me, buddy. But, I mean, it's a decent group. There's a really good tie with emergency management, too. Like, the emergency manager is, like, actually useful and stuff. That's kind of cool, but There's not a lot of groups like that around anymore. Like, everybody's just so wishy-washy anymore. It's nice to actually run into people that are, like, not weird. Yeah, I haven't been to a meeting for forever. And I feel really bad about it because, I mean, shit, I've started going to meetings when I was, like, 12 years old, like, 15 years ago, 17 years ago. I don't know. How old am I? Jesus Christ. 17 years ago? No. 18 years ago? I don't know, whatever. But 17 years ago. 18. I don't know, whatever. I can't do math, but that group hasn't changed either. It's been the same, like, 6 people for forever. No, Tim, I'm going to go to 14. You're local, aren't you? You know, to put an XTL 2500 in there? Yeah, I've got a couple of XTL 2500 or no 5000s. They actually started as XTL 1500s, but I did the like firmware conversion and stuff, and the head conversion, like with Labs or whatever, or not Labs. Is it Labs? Depot. I bricked one of them, but the other two I made work. So they're not like true, like from the factory, but I mean they basically are. I got a VHF and a UHF, and I probably should put them in the truck, but they're not really worth anything to me in the truck because I'm all over the place. Like, I really need something with a VFO because if I'm in Texas and want to use a repeater for something, it's not like I'm going to have that programmed ahead of time. So I never put them in. I should put them in, but. Oh, the TK 5820s. I like those. Yeah, our county used to run like only Kenwood shit, and so I kind of followed suit when I got into the ambulance shit, and I'm like, well, we'll get the same stuff. So I got rid of a bunch of stuff, got a bunch of Kenwood stuff, and I always liked the Kenwood because it was Kenwood anything because the programming is always so much easier. Like, it was so much easier to bootleg the software. And even if you wanted to obtain it the proper way, it was easier because you could just call up a dealer and purchase it. It wasn't this freaking you had to get approved through a Motorola account, blah, blah, blah. But I always liked Kenwood because they were easier, but easier for programming and stuff. But I got a bunch of those VHF, UHF Kenwood mobiles somewhere. I've got some old TK 880s that I was using for GMRS. I think I've got like 5 or 6 of those things somewhere. I think everybody in the damn county has those 5710s, Matt, as far as I think. I mean, I think all the cops have XTL or Apex whatevers, but I think I'm pretty sure like damn near all the fire departments and stuff have those 5710s. It's like just super popular. It's just like all they sell these guys, I guess. Yeah, I think with that, when they switched over to the Motorola system, I think they, Baycom, they did the system, and I think they kind of sold everybody on the Motorola shit. Which is fine, it's just, I mean, the Motorola stuff's good, it's just, it's really expensive, and I guess to these government agencies it doesn't really matter that much, but when you're dealing with like small fire departments and shit, like that's when you run into problems because it's like they can't afford this crap. Because I don't know what the going rate is on getting this stuff brand new now, but I do know that like 10 years ago, which was honestly like the last time that I bought Motorola anything, I know that I paid like $2,000 for a used Apex 6000. I still have it.
Head north on West
But it was
Broadway,
$2,000 for a single band Apex 6000,
make a U-turn at Fraser Avenue.
like back in 2015, 2016. And I know now you can get them for like $700 because that's kind of an old radio now. This Quick Trip's not open. Are you kidding me? What the hell? How do you seriously have a non 24-hour Quick Trip?
Railwood Road and use the right lane
That's a
to take
thing?
the US 12 West, US 18 West.
Okay. Whatever.
Head
But
west on Fraser Avenue toward Raywood Road. In 600
I don't know. I haven't really, because like everything that I have is just old. I mean, and I've had no reason to upgrade it because it's like I don't really use this shit, but it still works fine.
West, US 18 West ramp. Use the right lane to take the US 12 West ramp. Continue for a quarter mile.
Yeah, I had the dual band Apex, whatever 7500 or whatever, where you run the two bricks for VHF, UHF. Well, except it was VHF and then 800 with the one control head. I sold it though because, like, I moved when I was in Illinois. We had a statewide 800 system, and I would just like not affiliate scan that one. But then, like, got back into Wisconsin, and I'm like, I never use this, so I sold it to a guy in Illinois. It's like, here you go. But those were nice. Yeah, I didn't know that we had non 24-hour Quick Trips. Honestly, I guess I mean, I used to work in this town. I should know that. Apparently I don't. However, that was before Quick Trip bought all, because like when I was here, that was when everything was a PDQ. And I know they bought pretty much, well, no, they did buy all the PDQs, I think. Because I think, like, wasn't the two that are in Verona, like, by the movie theater, or Fitchburg, whatever that is, I think those used to be PDQs. I don't know, but I know a lot of these used to be PDQs. No, John Nolan's all tore up. Took that the other night.
In half a mile, take exit 261, US 151 North Mercy, US 14 East Oregon.
Oh, what is Aiden doing up there? Guys, Aiden's live in Radar Omega. He's also on YouTube. I can't load his stream for some reason.
Take exit 261.
It's a connection issue on my end, I think. He's up there by, oh shit, he's in Appleton still.
The next light, use any lane to turn left.
Coming in a little hot. I hope this is salted or we're sliding into that guardrail.
At the light, turn left on the US 151 alternate, US 18 alternate.
Why would I turn right? No, Aiden still got snow on the road up there. Yeah, we're kind of winding down, guys. I'm really not going to stay out much longer. Like, I honestly thought we were going to have some slipperiness down here, but we obviously don't. But you guys have ridden along from the Dells to Eau Claire back to Madison, which is a ways. Wow. I started the stream. Well, I started streaming on Radar Omega before I did YouTube, but I hit the stream button in the car here 6 hours and 55 minutes ago. Holy crap. I didn't think it was that long ago. Oh my god, can I get a light here? Hello? There we go. Yeah, I have a Harris, what is it, XG100 or whatever, the all-band handheld. It was really hard to get a programming cable. I had to pay like $300 for the programming cable. Like, they just don't really exist in the, like, they pop up on eBay, but it's really sporadic. And like, a dealer will sell them to you, but I think the dealer wanted like $700 for a freaking USB cable. Like, come on. But I think you could almost make your own, because the driver, like the USB serial driver, is actually in the radio. The USB cable is literally just a pass-through cable. So I think you could just take a generic USB cable, like, pin out with power ground and then data plus minus, and actually just pin it out like with a mic connector or something. I think it would work, but like sacrifice a shoulder mic for the connector. But that's a good radio. I like that it does like non-affiliate scanning without having to botch the programming and everything. Like, you just you literally check a box like affiliate or don't affiliate, affiliate or don't affiliate, which is pretty cool. But the audio quality on it kind of sucks. Like, the speaker sounds kind of cheap. Like, it's just not as good. Especially when you get like some of these people that talk really far from the mic, or like, and you have to crank the volume, it just sounds really raspy. It's definitely not as nice as, well, anything. Yeah, 5220 would work. Yeah, they're just phase 1 P25, you know, single. Well, I mean, they're simulcast, but they're not trunked, or, I mean, they don't have anything goofy, so yeah. And from my understanding, they don't intend on really ever switching to anything different. I mean, they don't intend on encrypting anything, and they don't intend on phase 2 this, that, or the other, so. Yeah, I had to pay, what was it, $200 or whatever to that Russian hacker radio site to get the frickin' SKeyGen thing again, because I lost it. I got it from that damn site a long time ago, and then I lost it, and I emailed the admin. I was like, hey man, I'm sorry, I had this at one point. Is there any way I could just get the file? And he emails me back in broken Russian, where he was like, basically, he literally said, like, you idiot, don't you read website? It says, you know, $185 per year and all this. And I'm like, okay, sorry, asshole. So I paid the $185, and I never got a login for the server. And like a week went by, and I was like, hey man, sorry to bother you, but what's going on? And he was like, idiot, you read website. I take time, I busy, I have life. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, this guy, seriously, like, he flat out called me an idiot. I'm just like, well, I don't really have any choice but to take it. I need his freaking broker, his software, but shit. I know it was floating around on some of, like, the forums at one point too, and I'm pretty sure it still is. It's just hard to find it. But I got that thing backed up in Google Drive now. Like, twice. I don't think there's been any snow down here, folks. We're south of Madison now. I don't think there's been any snow. I think it's just been all freezing, like drizzle and shit. Those 5220s, I know they used to pop up on eBay a lot. I used to have one. I thought they were nice. I just liked them because they were smaller. Aiden went offline. I wonder if he's done. Well, this was interesting. We took that took about 1 tank of gas. That's not terrible. I mean, like I said, I left my house at 4 at about 4 o'clock. About 4. So that wasn't bad. It feels like I've been gone less time than, I mean, I've been streaming for 7 hours, so I've been gone for about 8. It really doesn't feel like it. So, but it does look like there's probably going to be some ice out here. I mean, there's salt on the road, but it's been sleeting and raining, I think. So, I don't know, guys. I'm probably going to fix to get out of here. I mean, I'll be home in 15 minutes, so. I don't know. It was a fun drive. I'm just looking at the map. I mean, shit, we were damn near to. I mean, we were basically at Eau Claire. I mean, fuck, we made a hell of a round trip there. Holy crap! But we got to see some snow. That was kind of fun, I guess. There's a reason to stream. So we'll start winding down. I don't know when the next live stream is. Somebody said something about snow in Illinois on Tuesday or Thursday, so maybe. 4 inches of snow is what I just saw with NWS or something. I mean, 4 inches, I mean, that's not even, I don't know if that's even worth it, but it's one of those things where it's like, if I don't have anything else going on, maybe it's worth going for just because it's something to do. Alright guys, I'm gonna get out of here. God, this road is getting bad. They're gonna have to do something about this road, man. This is really washboarded. Holy crap, it didn't used to be like this. God dang. It's gonna suck when they do something with this road too, because that's gonna really bottleneck the hell out of everybody. But alright folks, I'm out of here. Thanks for riding along. It was fun. Appreciate our super chatters, channel members, GoFundMe, funders. I don't know. I don't have a word for you guys yet. GoFundMe, participators. I don't know. It's been fun. I appreciate it. Remember on Friday we're announcing our 2026 severe weather mission. I mean, everybody knows what it involves, but our official operation plan and all that's coming out, so remember, it's supposed to be fun, not, I don't know, lame. So have a good night, everybody. I'm out. I will talk to you guys later, and I will end this as soon as my phone